I was getting tired of the city. Not just tired, exhausted mentally. My job had been draining me every day for the last 2 years. And the noise, the crowds, the traffic, and the endless notifications on my phone just made everything feel worse. I'd been meaning to take a break for months, and finally, in early October, I decided to go stay in a remote cabin I had rented through a private site I found online. The listing wasn't through a major company, just some older guy who owned a few cabins in a wooded area about 4 hours from the city. No neighbors, no signal, and no people. That was what I wanted. The drive out there was quiet and slow. I took the smaller roads instead of highways, trying to enjoy the calmness. I stopped only once for gas and coffee, then kept moving. The roads got narrower and rougher as I got closer to the area. Trees started lining the roads more densely. The sky was covered in heavy gray clouds, and I could feel the weather starting to turn cold. The dirt road leading to the cabin had potholes and sharp turns, but I didn't care. I was just glad to be away. When I got to the cabin, I parked my car in the clearing near the front porch. It was small, single-story, with worn wood siding, a tin roof, and a single door. There was a back deck and an outhouse about 30 yards off to the right. No running water, no electricity. The cabin had a wood stove for heat and a propane burner for cooking. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was what I wanted. I had brought enough supplies for 2 weeks: canned food, dry goods, bottled water, warm clothes, books, a sleeping bag, a hatchet, and a shotgun my father had passed down to me, just in case there were animals. I didn't plan on using it. The first 2 days were peaceful. I sat on the back deck a lot, watching the wind move through the trees. There were leaves everywhere, deep red, brown, and yellow. Every now and then, I saw a squirrel or a deer pass through the woods. At night, I stayed inside, lit candles, cooked simple food on the burner, and read by lantern. There were no noises besides the wind and the creaking of the cabin as it settled in the cold air. On the third morning, I went for a long walk deeper into the woods, following a narrow trail that led past a rocky hill and dipped into a small gully. I took my compass and a notepad to mark my way. I stayed out for about 3 hours, then came back. Everything felt normal, but that night something changed. It started with the sound. I was lying in my sleeping bag inside the cabin, reading, when I heard what sounded like a branch snapping outside. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp and sudden, close to the window. I froze for a second and waited, thinking maybe it was just a deer or something stepping on deadfall. I turned off the lantern and listened. There were a few more soft rustling sounds, like someone stepping carefully on dry leaves, but nothing clear. I got up and walked over to the window and looked out. It was dark. The moon wasn't out, and there were no lights. I couldn't see anything, but I had that tight feeling in my chest, the kind you get when something isn't right, but you can't explain why. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept waking up and listening. Nothing more happened. In the morning, I went outside and looked around the cabin. There weren't any obvious tracks, but the ground was covered with leaves anyway. I told myself it was just an animal and tried to forget it. The next evening, I was sitting out on the back deck around dusk, watching the woods. It was getting colder. I had a blanket over my legs and a cup of tea in my hand. I started to notice a shape through the trees, something light-colored, maybe a person in a jacket, maybe 30 or 40 yards out. I stared at it for a while, not moving. It wasn't clear, just the edge of a shoulder or the side of a head, half covered behind a tree. Then it was gone. I didn't hear it walk away. It just wasn't there anymore. I stood up and stayed out there for about another 10 minutes, scanning the trees, but I saw nothing else. I went back inside and locked the door. I kept the shotgun loaded and near me that night. The next morning, I walked in the direction where I thought I saw the figure. I didn't find anyone, but I did find something else. There was a small pile of stones arranged in a tight circle right at the base of a tree. They weren't there before. They looked carefully stacked, each one about the size of a fist. I stared at them for a while, then kicked them over and walked back to the cabin. I didn't feel good after that. The air felt still and heavy, and the woods felt more silent than before. I didn't go for a walk that day. I stayed close. I tried to keep myself busy, but I kept glancing at the window and checking outside every few minutes. I ate but didn't enjoy it. When night came, I kept all the candles off. I sat in the dark, listening. Around midnight, I heard something again. This time, it wasn't a branch. It was a soft tapping on the wall. Just one tap, then a few seconds later, another. It was like someone tapping with one finger, slow and spaced out. It came from the far side of the cabin, opposite the window. I waited, not breathing. The tapping stopped. Then I heard footsteps, crunching leaves, moving around the side. They stopped near the front porch. I didn't go to the window this time. I didn't want whoever it was to see any movement. I just held the shotgun and waited, heart pounding. I stayed that way for hours. In the morning, I looked around again. I saw faint marks near the front steps. It looked like someone had been kneeling, two small, deep impressions in the leaves. I also noticed that a bundle of sticks had been left at the edge of the deck, tied together with twine. That scared me more than anything else. It felt deliberate, like someone was trying to say something. I packed my bag right after breakfast. I didn't plan on leaving yet. I told myself I'd wait one more night, but I wanted to be ready. I stayed inside the cabin all day, writing down everything that had happened. I didn't know who to call. I had no signal, and the closest town was more than an hour away, with half of that down a rough dirt road. I felt trapped, but I didn't want to panic. That night was colder. I heard movement again, but it was further away, no tapping this time. Just the sound of someone circling the cabin slowly. It stopped around 3 a.m. I didn't sleep at all. When the sun rose, I decided to leave. I took everything I could carry and locked the cabin door behind me. As I walked to the car, I looked up and saw something hanging from a tree branch about 15 feet up. It was a dead bird, tied by the neck with the same kind of twine used on the bundle of sticks. It swung slowly in the wind. I got in the car and drove out fast. The road felt longer than before. Every tree looked like it was hiding someone behind it. I didn't stop until I reached the main road and finally got signal. I pulled over and called the police, told them what happened, and gave them the address of the cabin. They didn't say much, just told me someone would check it out. I never went back to that cabin. A few weeks later, I got a call from the county sheriff. They said they investigated the area. They didn't find anyone nearby. The cabin was empty and intact, but they did find several makeshift camps deeper in the woods. Tarps, old bedding, empty cans. It looked like people had been living out there for a while, off-grid. They weren't sure how long. They said it wasn't technically illegal, but they would monitor the situation. That was all. That call didn't make me feel better. It made me feel worse. Whoever was out there was still there, watching, hiding. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I stayed just one more night, or if I opened the door during the tapping, or if I had walked further into the woods that day instead of turning back. I still think about that pile of rocks, that dead bird, the footsteps circling the cabin, and I know, someone was out there. Maybe not just one, maybe more, living out there, watching people who come too close, leaving signs, getting closer each night. I haven't gone camping since. I took a break from work in late September. Things had been building up for a while. Too many calls, too many emails, too much pressure. I just wanted to shut everything off and sit somewhere quiet, alone, without noise. I booked a small off-grid cabin way up north in a remote forest, about 4 hours from my town. It had no phone signal, no internet, and no neighbors for miles. Just trees, a small lake, and a one-room wooden cabin with a stove, bed, and firewood stacked outside. It was the kind of place that looked perfect on the rental site. Peaceful, simple, quiet. Exactly what I thought I needed. I packed enough food for a week. Mostly canned stuff, instant coffee, oatmeal, and trail mix. I had a good flashlight, extra batteries, a fire starter, a hunting knife, even though I didn't plan to hunt, and a first aid kit. I even brought a paper map of the area in case I decided to go for a hike. I filled up the car with gas and drove out early in the morning. The road narrowed the deeper I went. After a while, it turned to gravel, then dirt, with trees pressing in from both sides. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was high overhead and the sky was clear. The place was even quieter than I expected. No cars, no birds chirping. Just still air and the sound of trees shifting slightly when the wind passed through. I parked beside the cabin and took a few minutes just to stand there. The place looked old but sturdy. One small window at the front, a metal chimney sticking out from the roof, and a heavy wooden door that creaked when I opened it. Inside, everything smelled like dry pine and smoke. The bed was plain, just a mattress with a couple wool blankets folded on top. There was a small table, 2 chairs, and a shelf with a few candles and matches. A note left by the owner said there was no running water, but a pump near the shed worked fine. I found the pump out back, next to a pile of chopped wood and a rusty axe stuck in a stump. The first 2 days were perfect. I made coffee on the wood stove in the mornings, read an old paperback I brought, and took naps in the afternoon with the window cracked open. At night, I sat outside watching the stars. There were more of them than I'd ever seen before, no city lights to drown them out. I didn't hear any cars, planes, or even animals, just wind, sometimes the sound of branches knocking together. The silence was deep, thick. It made me feel like the world had been paused. But by the 3rd night, something started to feel off. I didn't notice anything big, just small things. The woodpile looked slightly different in the morning. I remembered stacking a few logs neatly after using some for the stove the night before, but the pile looked uneven, like someone had taken one and tossed it back carelessly. I thought maybe I had done it without thinking. Then, the next day, I noticed the axe had been moved. It was no longer stuck in the stump, but leaning against the shed wall. I knew I hadn't touched it since I arrived. I stared at it for a long time, then picked it up and put it back in the stump, pushing it down firmly. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed with the covers pulled up and the fire in the stove slowly dying out. Every small sound outside made me stiffen. A creak, a crunch of something. I told myself it was animals, maybe raccoons, maybe a deer. But around 2 or 3 in the morning, I saw something. There was no curtain on the small front window, just a thin white cloth that didn't cover much. I'd been using my flashlight to read and had turned it off when I tried to sleep. As I stared at the ceiling in the dark, something moved across the window, just a flash of shadow, a shape, not an animal, not small, human height. I froze. The shape moved again. It passed by the window slowly, just enough to block out a portion of the moonlight. Then it was gone. I couldn't see who it was or what they were doing. I didn't hear footsteps, just silence again. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. My heart was beating so hard I thought it might make a sound. I didn't even sit up. I stayed still in bed, staring at the window. Nothing else moved. When the sky started to turn lighter outside, I got up and checked the door. It was still locked. The woodpile was untouched. The axe was where I left it. I walked around the cabin slowly, looking for footprints, but the ground was hard and covered in leaves. If someone had been out there, they didn't leave much of a trace. I told myself I imagined it. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe I was half asleep and dreamed it. Maybe I was just on edge from the silence. I didn't want to leave the cabin. I had 3 more days booked, and I told myself I was overreacting. That day, I didn't do much. I didn't go for a walk. I didn't sit outside. I kept the axe near the door and left the flashlight in my coat pocket. When night came, I sat at the table with a candle and listened. I didn't turn off the light when I lay in bed. I stared at the window for hours. Nothing happened that night. But the next morning, I noticed something new. A small pile of rocks, stacked in a strange way, sat near the pump. 3 rocks, balanced carefully on top of each other. I hadn't put them there. I wouldn't have even noticed it except it looked too deliberate, like a signal or a marker. I knocked it over and went back inside. That night, I heard the sound again. Not footsteps exactly, just movement. Leaves rustling, then silence, then more movement. I waited near the stove, axe in hand, and turned off all the lights. The fire had died down, and the room was dark. I didn't want to move the curtain, but I had to know. I stepped slowly toward the window and looked out. First, I saw nothing. Then, just beyond the tree line, I saw a light, a small white glow. It moved side to side, jerky, like someone holding a flashlight while walking. The beam cut through the trees, then disappeared, then showed up again further to the right. Closer. It didn't make sense. There were no other cabins out here. No hikers. No roads beyond the one I came in on. I hadn't seen another person since I left the town. The light came closer. I backed away from the window and sat down near the stove. I turned off my flashlight. The fire was almost out, but I didn't want to make noise feeding it. I waited. The light came even closer. I could see the beam shining across the grass now. It moved slowly, sweeping left and right, like someone looking for something. Then it stopped, right outside the cabin. I didn't breathe. I waited for footsteps, for a knock, for something, but all I saw was the light, staying in one spot, pointing at the door. It stayed like that for minutes, long minutes. Then, just as slowly as it came, it began to back away. The beam drifted back toward the trees. Then it disappeared. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed sitting until morning. When the sun came up, I packed my bag. I didn't even eat breakfast. I left the canned food behind. I grabbed everything important: map, flashlight, knife, water, and walked to my car. The driver's side door was open. I hadn't left it that way. I stopped and looked around. There were no tracks, no signs, just the door hanging open slightly, like someone had tried it. I looked inside. Everything was there. The glove box was open. The trunk latch had been pulled but not opened. Someone had searched the car. Someone had been trying to figure something out. I slammed the door shut, got in, and locked it. The keys were still in my bag. I jammed them in the ignition and started the engine. I didn't look back at the cabin as I pulled away. The drive out felt longer than the drive in. I kept checking the rearview mirror. Every time the trees cleared a little, I expected to see someone. I didn't, not once, but that didn't help. The feeling stayed with me all the way home. Back in town, I returned the key through the rental box. I never contacted the owner. I never left a review. I didn't want anyone asking questions. A week passed, then another. I started sleeping better, but not completely. I kept thinking about the flashlight, the open car door, the rock stack, the shape in the window. It all pointed to one thing. Someone had been out there with me. Not some random person passing through. Someone who knew the area. Someone who wanted to stay unseen. Someone who had done this before. I checked the listing again online. It was still up. The photos looked the same. The description still said, secluded and perfect for disconnecting. The reviews were glowing. I didn't write one. I didn't want to be the reason someone ignored the danger. I didn't want to be the voice that people didn't believe. I didn't even tell my friends about it. But one day, out of curiosity, I searched the name of the forest, just to see if anything came up. There was a missing person case from 5 years ago. A solo hiker disappeared in the same region. No signs, no answers, no suspects. Another case from 2 years ago. A hunter. His truck was found near a trailhead. Never seen again. Both cases were near the cabin. I closed the tabs and shut off my computer. I never went back. I needed a break from everything. Work had been pushing me too hard for too long. I couldn't remember the last time I had slept through the night without waking up thinking about deadlines. People I had to call back. Emails I forgot to reply to. My phone buzzed all day. Even when I turned it off, I felt like it was still vibrating in my pocket. I didn't feel human anymore. I knew I had to disappear for a while. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to hear cars outside. I wanted no neighbors, no traffic, no stores. Just trees, wind, and maybe a lake if I was lucky. I searched online for places that were as far out in the middle of nowhere as I could find. Most cabins people rent out are just outside towns, not really remote. But I found this one listing. It had no address, just GPS coordinates. The guy who posted it said it was 30 miles from the nearest paved road. It looked like a small cabin on top of a hill, deep in the woods somewhere in Montana. No power grid, just a generator, a wood stove, and a water tank. It looked perfect. Took a long time to get there. I flew into Missoula, rented a 4x4 pickup, and drove 4 hours on highways, then another hour on dirt roads. After that, I had to leave the truck and hike the last 2 miles in with my backpack and a cooler. There was no cell service by then. I arrived late afternoon. The cabin was smaller than I expected. Just one room with a bed in the corner, a stove, a small kitchen area with a gas burner, and a table. It had a deck facing the forest, and the trees were thick in every direction. No houses nearby, no towers, no signs of human life at all except the cabin itself. It was exactly what I wanted. I unpacked, stored the cooler under the shaded deck, and filled the water tank from a rain barrel behind the cabin. I chopped some firewood from the pile near the side and stacked it inside, then turned on the generator just long enough to check that the lights and small fridge worked. Everything did. When the sun set, it got dark fast. There were no street lights, no glow from towns in the distance. Just full black. I sat inside with a flashlight and a candle, listening to the crickets. The silence was deep. Not the kind you get in a quiet neighborhood, but real silence. Presses against your ears, like your head is in a bubble. That first night, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Stillness. But something also felt off. It wasn't loud. It wasn't scary. Just a slight unease that started somewhere in my gut and stayed there, like I had left the stove on at home or forgot to lock a door. I looked around the cabin again, checked that I had latched the door, looked out the window. Nothing was wrong. Nothing made sense about the feeling. I fell asleep with that feeling still there. When I woke up, sunlight was coming through the small window over the stove. My phone was off. My watch had no signal. I guessed it was around 7 or 8 a.m. I made coffee with the little gas burner and sat out on the deck. The woods were quiet, but birds chirped in the distance. I watched the fog burn off and breathed in cold, clean air. It smelled like pine and wet leaves. That whole day I didn't do much. Just walked around the hill not too far. I didn't want to get turned around. There were no paths, no trail markers. Just thick forest and underbrush. I collected firewood, made lunch, and read a paperback I brought. But the feeling from the night before never really went away. It was in the background, like a hum you can't locate. Not fear exactly, just tension, like I was being watched, even though I didn't see anything. I went to bed early that night. I woke up sometime later. It was pitch black. I couldn't see anything except a faint outline of the window. The generator was off. Everything was off. It was dead silent again. Then I heard it. Not a loud sound, just a click. A soft sound, like a twig snapping or something brushing against the wall. I froze. My heart started beating faster. I waited. Nothing. I thought maybe it was the wood settling. Old cabins make sounds. It's normal, but the feeling got stronger. That same gut feeling. I stayed awake a while, then eventually fell back asleep. The next morning, I walked around the outside of the cabin. The ground was covered in pine needles and leaves, so it wasn't easy to see footprints or anything. But I checked around the deck, near the woodpile around the back. Nothing looked moved or broken. Still, I started carrying the hatchet with me, even inside the cabin. Not because I thought I needed it, just because it felt wrong not to. That night, I didn't sleep much. Every sound made me sit up. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps. Not close, far off, maybe down the hill. Crunching in the brush. They were faint and short, just a few steps. Then nothing. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting in the dark with the flashlight off. The next day, I wanted to check if maybe animals were getting close at night. I walked a little further out and looked for signs, scat, prints, claw marks on trees. I saw nothing fresh. No deer tracks, no bear scat, no signs of anything moving through. Then I found something. About 50 feet from the cabin, just behind a big pine, there was a branch broken about 5 feet off the ground. Fresh. The wood was pale and the break was sharp. Below it, the ground looked slightly disturbed, like someone or something had stepped there. But the print wasn't clear. It wasn't an animal print. Not paws. It looked like a heel. My stomach dropped. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't want to believe what I was thinking, but I also couldn't deny it anymore. Someone had been there. I went back to the cabin and locked the door, even though the lock was just a simple latch. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat near the window in the dark, holding the hatchet in my lap. I kept thinking, what would someone be doing all the way out here? There's nothing for miles. No reason to be here, unless they were watching. Just before sunrise, I finally dozed off sitting in the chair. When I woke up, the door was cracked open. It wasn't like that when I fell asleep. I was sure I had latched it. I got up slowly, heart racing, and pushed it shut. Outside, everything looked normal. The trees, the fog, the early light. But now I was sure. Someone had been inside. My bag had been moved. My flashlight was in a different spot. The book I had been reading was on the floor. But nothing was taken. Not food, not money, not gear. That made it worse. If it was a thief, they'd take something. But nothing was missing. It meant they came in just to look. Or worse, to let me know they could. I packed everything. I loaded my backpack, turned off the generator, and started the hike back to the truck. I didn't eat. I didn't drink water. I just walked fast. I kept looking over my shoulder. Every snap of a branch made me freeze. I didn't run, but I was close. When I finally saw the truck, I almost cried. I threw my bag in the back and started it up. I didn't stop until I reached the highway. When I got back to town, I checked into a hotel. I took the longest shower of my life, then sat on the bed and stared at the ceiling. It was over. I was safe. But even now, weeks later, I still think about that cabin. I think about the feeling I had from the first night, that pressure in my gut, the kind that tells you something's wrong even if you can't prove it. I think about the door cracked open, the book on the floor, the branch broken 5 feet up. Someone was there, not a ghost, not some fairy tale thing. Person, a real person, deep in the woods with no reason to be there, watching me, maybe waiting for something, and I'll never know what they wanted. But I do know this, I'll never go to a remote cabin alone again, ever. I had been planning to take a break from everything for a long time. City life had been choking me slowly for years, and I kept telling myself that I'd get away one day, just for a while, to breathe properly. When my uncle passed and left me the old hunting cabin up in northern Montana, it felt like the sign I was waiting for. I didn't think twice. I took some time off work, packed enough supplies for 3 weeks, and headed up north in my old truck. I didn't tell many people either. That was the point, to disappear for a little while. The cabin was deep in the woods, about 14 miles off a gravel road that itself was 30 miles from the nearest gas station. There was no running water or electricity, just a wood stove, a hand pump well, and an outhouse 50 feet behind the place. No cell signal either, just trees, cold air, and a kind of silence I hadn't heard in years. The cabin wasn't big, maybe 20 by 20 feet, but it had everything I needed. A cot, a table, some old shelves, and enough space to stretch out. It smelled like old pine and dust, and when I first walked in, I just stood there for a few minutes, listening to the wind through the trees. The first few days were calm. I split wood, cooked simple meals on the propane burner, and hiked a few trails nearby. I read books by lantern light at night and fell asleep early with the sounds of the forest around me. Branches cracking, owls calling, wind scraping against the roof. The cold was sharp in the mornings, and every breath outside left a small cloud floating in front of me. It was the peace I had hoped for. On the 5th morning, something changed. I woke up to find muddy boot prints just outside the door. They weren't mine. I had been wiping my boots every time I came in, and I hadn't gone out since early the evening before. These prints were fresh. The mud was still dark and wet, not yet frozen. I followed them with my eyes. They came from the woods, stopped at the door, and then turned around and went back the way they came. I looked around for more but didn't see anything else. No gear, no tire tracks, no broken branches. Just those prints. I told myself it could have been a hunter, maybe someone who got lost and came up looking for shelter but didn't knock. I didn't like it, but I figured it wasn't something to panic over. I made some coffee, sat on the steps, and stared into the trees for a while. The forest was quiet, maybe too quiet. I didn't see a squirrel or bird for over an hour, and I remember thinking that was strange. That night, I bolted the door and kept the hatchet close to my cot. I even shoved a few heavy boxes in front of the door just in case. I told myself it was an overreaction, but deep down I knew it wasn't. I had been around people long enough to know when something was off. I stayed up for a while, listening, but heard nothing. Around midnight, I fell asleep with my clothes on. I woke up to a scraping sound. It was faint, almost like a whisper, but I felt it in my chest before I even opened my eyes. I stayed still. The sound came again, a slow, dragging noise, like something rough being pulled across the floorboards. But it wasn't inside. It was under the cabin. The crawl space was only about 2 feet high, just dirt and some wooden supports. I had checked it my first day there, made sure no animals had gotten in. Now something was definitely moving around under there. The sound stopped. I waited, heart pounding, not even breathing. Then I heard something else. A single knock on the floorboards below my cot. Just one. I sat up slowly and looked down. Nothing. The floor looked normal. I waited another hour before moving. I lit a lantern and held it near the cracks in the floor, trying to see down through them. I couldn't see anything. The angle didn't help. I stayed awake until the sun started coming up. Then I went outside. There were no prints, no drag marks, no disturbed leaves or broken twigs under the porch or around the cabin. I crouched down and peered into the crawl space. I didn't see anything at first, but then, just near the center, I saw a smudge, a dark streak along the ground, like something had been dragged through the dirt. It led toward the far end and disappeared into shadow. I didn't go in. I just stared for a long time. The rest of the day I stayed outside. I made a fire pit and kept it going until dark. I moved the cot away from the spot where I heard the knock and kept the lantern lit all night. Nothing happened. I didn't hear the scraping again. No knocks, but I still didn't sleep. 2 more nights went by like that, silent but wrong. It was the kind of silence that felt like holding your breath, like something was waiting. On the 9th day, it snowed lightly in the morning. Just a dusting, enough to coat the ground and the roof in white. I went out to split wood and found more prints. They circled the cabin this time, once, then disappeared back into the woods. I followed them for a bit, maybe 50 yards, but they suddenly stopped. No sign of turning or jumping, they just ended. I walked in wider and wider circles looking for more, but didn't find anything. I went back and checked the crawl space again. This time, there was nothing new, but the smudge I had seen before was gone, like it had been brushed over or disturbed. The dirt looked smoother. I didn't know what to do. I was 30 miles from the nearest gas station, and that was just for a landline or a radio. I hadn't seen another person since I arrived. My truck was still working, but the fuel gauge was just below half. I hadn't planned on driving much. That night, the lantern ran out of fuel. I had another canister, but I couldn't find it. I was sure I had placed it on the shelf next to the others, but it was gone. I looked everywhere. I ended up sitting in the dark for hours, holding the hatchet, listening. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the knock again. 2 knocks this time, slow and deliberate. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. The knocks didn't come again, but something scraped under the floor near the far wall, like fingers on dirt. At sunrise, I packed everything. I was done. I didn't care if it meant I was being paranoid. I loaded the truck with what I could carry, locked the cabin, and started driving. But the truck didn't make it far. Less than a mile down the trail, the front left tire blew out. It wasn't flat, it was shredded. I checked and saw deep slashes along the rubber, like someone had cut it with a blade. I stared at it for a long time before walking back to the cabin. I didn't have a spare. That had been the one thing I forgot to double check. Back at the cabin, I dragged some heavy furniture in front of the door and boarded the windows with what I could find. Old shelves, scrap wood, anything. I filled a few buckets with well water and rationed out my food. I figured I'd wait 3 or 4 days, then hike to the gravel road and try to flag down a logging truck or a ranger. I didn't want to hike in the dark. That night, I didn't sleep. The knocks started again around midnight. 3 this time, slow and even, then scraping under the floor. I sat against the wall with my flashlight and hatchet and stared at the floorboards. Around 3 in the morning, something tried the door. The knob turned slowly, then stopped. I heard footsteps outside, circling. Then they stopped behind the cabin. I stayed there until morning. When I went outside, there were more prints, fresh ones, circling back and forth, then leading into the woods. This time, I followed them with the hatchet in my hand. I followed them for nearly a mile. Then I saw it, a small makeshift lean-to half hidden behind some fallen trees. It wasn't mine. Inside were scraps of food, a torn sleeping bag, and my missing lantern fuel canister. There was also something else, a photo. It was one of me, taken through the window. I was sitting at the table reading. The picture had been printed on glossy paper, like from a cheap portable printer. I felt the blood drain out of my head. I checked the rest of the lean-to, but there was no one there. Whoever had been staying there was gone. I ran back to the cabin. The next 2 days were hell. At night, I heard movement on the roof, something pacing slowly from one end to the other. The knocks came again, sometimes from below, sometimes from the walls. I found small things moved every time I turned my back. My gloves, my cup, even the batteries I kept in the drawer. I kept them all in one place, yet every time I looked, 1 or 2 would be gone or shifted. On the 3rd night, I heard a sound near the back window, like breathing. Not wind, not a branch, just slow, steady breathing. I made a decision. I was going to hike to the gravel road at first light. I didn't care about supplies. I just needed to leave. I packed a small bag with water, a little food, my flashlight, and the hatchet. I wore my thickest boots and a scarf over my face. I stepped out just as the sun was rising and started walking fast. I made it 6 miles before I saw movement ahead. I stopped and crouched, heart pounding. It was a man, thin, in a dark coat, standing perfectly still in the middle of the trail. He didn't move. I slowly backed away, turned off the trail, and moved through the woods, circling wide around where he had been. When I reached the gravel road hours later, I was exhausted, hungry. I had been looking forward to that weekend for months. After working 12-hour shifts almost every day for 2 months straight, I finally had some time off. I wanted peace and quiet, away from everything. No phones, no noise, no traffic, no people. Just quiet. I found a cabin online that looked perfect. It was deep in the woods, nearly 2 hours away from the nearest town, and you could only reach it by driving on a narrow gravel road that twisted through trees and hills. The pictures showed a small wooden cabin with a tin roof, an old fire pit, and a wood shed out back. The reviews were good, and the guy renting it out said it had everything: water from a well, a propane stove, even solar-powered lights. I didn't care about luxury. I just wanted to be alone. Maybe read a book or go for a long hike. Maybe just sleep and listen to the wind through the trees. I got there on a Friday afternoon. It was late September, just when the air starts to get colder but not quite winter. The leaves were orange and red, and the forest was thick around the property. The gravel road ended about 50 feet from the front porch, and the trees made it feel like I had stepped into another world. No sounds except the wind and the occasional bird. I parked the truck, got out, and stretched. The air smelled like pine and cold dirt. It was quiet, so quiet that I could hear the dry leaves moving across the ground like paper. I liked that. The cabin itself was a little rough around the edges but solid. It had 2 rooms, a main space with a bed, a table, and a small kitchen, and a tiny back room with a compost toilet and shelves stacked with canned food. Outside, off to the left, was the woodshed, just like in the pictures. It looked old but well-built, with rows of cut logs stacked tightly, all dry and ready. There was an axe leaning against the side, blade sunk into a stump, like something out of a postcard. I brought my things in, made a sandwich, and sat on the porch for a while with a beer. The woods stretched out all around me, and it was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. I didn't realize how much I missed that kind of silence. It felt like the world had shrunk down to just that one spot, and nothing else mattered. I sat out there until the sun dipped behind the trees, and the sky turned a kind of deep blue that only happens in fall. Then I went inside, lit one of the propane lamps, and unpacked. That first night was peaceful. I slept like a rock, wrapped in blankets with the wind barely tapping at the windows. In the morning, I woke up early, made eggs and coffee, and sat out on the porch again. I was starting to feel like a human again. Around mid-morning, I went to get more firewood. I walked over to the shed, picked up the axe, and started splitting some smaller logs to use later that night. I liked doing it. The rhythm of swinging and splitting felt good. I had just finished stacking a few logs by the fire pit when I saw something strange. There were boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. They were older, faded, like they'd been there a day or two, but still clear enough to see. Bigger than my boots and going around the back of the cabin, near the tree line. I stood there for a minute, staring at them. At first, I told myself it was probably the guy who owned the place. Maybe he came by recently to check on something. But then I remembered the shed was locked with a rusty chain when I got there, and the cabin looked like no one had stepped inside it in weeks. Still, I tried not to let it bother me. I told myself the prints could have been old. Maybe someone had rented the place a while back. The forest floor doesn't always erase footprints as fast as you'd think, especially if it's dry. I pushed the thought aside and spent the rest of the day hiking a bit, making a fire, and just relaxing. But that night, I kept the propane lamp on a little longer than usual. I also locked the door and put the axe inside, leaning it against the wall near the bed. The next morning was colder. I stepped outside with my coffee and noticed something that made my stomach twist a little. The axe was gone. It had been leaning inside against the wall by the door. I remembered clearly because I almost tripped over it when I got up to pee in the night. Now it was gone. I looked around the cabin, checked near the bed, the bathroom, even outside in case I somehow carried it out without remembering. Nothing. The front door was still locked. Same with the windows. I stood there for a while, just holding my coffee, trying to stay calm. Then I noticed something else. The firewood I'd stacked the day before was scattered. Not just knocked over, thrown almost. Some of the pieces were 10 feet from where I left them. One even landed near the edge of the trees. I didn't know what to make of it. My mind kept flipping back and forth. Was it an animal? A bear? No, they don't take axes or scatter firewood like that. Could it be a person? But why? And how? I checked the doors and windows again. Everything was locked from the inside. That whole day I felt on edge. I didn't go for a hike. I stayed close, kept looking out at the trees like something was going to come walking out of them. I had no cell service, no way to contact anyone. I had no weapons either, just a carving knife in the kitchen and the rest of the firewood tools, which were still in the shed. I started keeping that knife in my pocket. That night, I barely slept. Every time the wind shifted, I thought I heard something outside. A footstep, a branch snapping. I kept getting up to check the windows, turning the lamp on and off, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. But the silence felt wrong now. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It was like the forest was holding its breath. The next morning, something changed. I walked out onto the porch and everything looked the same, except there was something new in the dirt near the shed. Piece of paper. It was folded in half and stuck under a rock, like someone wanted it to be found. I stood there staring at it for a long time. I didn't want to go near it. I didn't want to touch it, but I had to. I picked it up. The paper was yellowed, dirty, and torn at the edges. No writing, just a rough drawing. A circle with a smaller shape inside it. A square, maybe, or a house. And lines, lots of lines going out from the circle like arrows or maybe paths. At first, I thought it was just scribbles. Then I realized it looked like a map of the property. My stomach dropped. I felt cold all over. The map wasn't detailed, but it showed enough. Trees, the cabin, the shed. But what scared me the most was the X on it. It wasn't on the cabin or the shed. It was in the woods, about 50 or 60 feet behind the cabin, near a thick line of trees. And under that X, there was one word: stay. That's when I stopped pretending. Someone was out there. Someone had been near the cabin, maybe inside it. They took the axe. They left this map, and they wanted me to find it. I went back inside, locked everything, and started packing my things. I didn't care if I had another night booked. I was leaving, but when I got to the truck, I found a problem. All 4 tires were slashed. Not flat from rocks or bad roads. Slashed. Long, deep cuts through the rubber. Clean. Intentional. The kind of cuts a knife would make. I just stood there, staring at them, trying to keep my hands from shaking. My truck was the only way out. There was no cell signal. No houses for miles. I was trapped. I went back inside and pushed a chair under the doorknob. I blocked the windows with anything I could find. I filled a bag with food, water, the knife, and a flashlight. I stayed awake all night, listening. I kept the lamp off, just sat there in the dark, staring at the door, ears straining for any sound that didn't belong. And sometime just before dawn, I heard it. Footsteps, soft, slow, moving through the leaves outside the cabin. They came from behind, near the trees. I heard them stop. Then I heard the sound of something being dragged. Maybe a stick, maybe something else. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just sat there, knife in hand, staring at the door. After what felt like hours, the sound faded. But I didn't sleep. When the sun came up, I made a decision. I was going to walk. I didn't care how far the town was. I had hiking boots, enough food and water, and I knew the road back. I marked the cabin on a piece of paper, stuffed it in my pocket, and started walking fast. I looked behind me every few minutes, expecting to see someone following. I didn't stop once. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I just walked. After what must have been 5 or 6 hours, I saw the first car on a road. A couple in an old sedan pulled over when I waved them down. They didn't ask many questions. They could probably see I looked like hell. Dirty, pale, shaking. They dropped me off at a sheriff's station in the next town. I told the sheriff everything. He listened, took notes, asked questions. Then he sent 2 deputies out to the cabin. They found the place empty. The cabin was locked from the inside, just like I said. The firewood was scattered. The axe was gone. And behind the shed, they found the paper with the map, stuck under the same rock. But there was something else, too. In the woods, near where the X was marked, they found a shallow hole, freshly dug, like someone had started digging and stopped. I went up to the cabin to get away from everything. I needed the time alone. No noise, no people, no phones ringing all day long. Just trees, cold air, and my own thoughts. It was early October, and the leaves were starting to change. I'd been working in the city non-stop for almost 2 years, and the stress had gotten into my body. I couldn't sleep properly anymore. I couldn't think straight, so I took 2 weeks off and drove out to the woods. A friend of mine owned a small place near the mountains and had offered it to me months ago. I hadn't taken it seriously then, but now it seemed like the best thing I could do for myself. The cabin sat deep in the forest, about 2 miles from the main gravel road. The driveway wasn't really a driveway, just a narrow trail barely wide enough for my car. The trees leaned in from both sides, making it feel darker than it really was. The place hadn't been used much in the past few years. My friend had warned me that there might be mice or spiders, and to bring my own food, since there weren't any stores nearby. I came prepared. I had boxes of canned food, pasta, rice, coffee, water containers, and even a small camping stove just in case the kitchen didn't work. I also brought warm clothes, a big flashlight, a toolkit, and a knife I usually kept in my truck. The first day was calm. I got to the cabin around noon and unloaded everything. It was small but cozy. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a main room with a wood stove and some old furniture, and a tiny kitchen. The windows were dirty, but I cleaned them with some paper towels and Windex I brought. There was no signal, no internet, and no TV. Just an old radio and a few dusty books left on a shelf. That was fine with me. I wasn't there to scroll through anything. I lit the stove and made myself some coffee. The fire took a while to get going, but once it did, the whole room warmed up. That night, I slept hard. The silence in the woods was strange at first. I kept waiting to hear a car pass by or a dog bark or something, but there was nothing. Just the occasional creak of the wood and the wind brushing against the walls. First, it made me feel a bit uneasy, but by the second hour, I passed out. I didn't wake up until the sun was already coming through the windows. The next few days were peaceful. I went on small hikes around the area, following animal trails and old logging roads. I saw deer tracks, a few squirrels, some birds. No bears, though I carried a can of bear spray on my belt just in case. Every evening I cooked something simple, usually soup or rice with beans, and read from the books or just sat outside and watched the trees. The air was crisp, and the sky was clear at night. It reminded me of when I used to go camping with my uncle as a kid. It was on the fourth day that I noticed something that didn't fit. I was standing on the small wooden porch out front, sipping coffee. It was early in the morning, a little foggy, and the sun hadn't fully come up yet. The trees about 50 yards away looked like tall shadows in the mist. That's when I saw what looked like a man standing between two of the trees, just standing there, not moving. He wasn't close enough for me to see details, but he was shaped like a person. I stood there for a minute trying to figure out what I was seeing. Maybe it was just a broken tree or some weird shape caused by the fog. But after about a minute, the shape moved, turned slightly, like it was turning its head. I stepped back inside and shut the door. I didn't want to overthink it, so I told myself it was probably a hiker or a hunter. Maybe someone lost. Maybe just a trick of the light and the fog. But the feeling it gave me sat deep in my chest. My heartbeat was loud in my ears. I kept checking the window, but the figure was gone. I tried to ignore it for the rest of the day. Went on a short walk, came back, chopped some firewood, cleaned the inside of the cabin a bit more, but I didn't feel as calm as before. I kept glancing at the tree line, waiting to see something again. I didn't. That night, I locked the door. The cabin didn't have a real lock, just a simple latch from the inside, so I pushed a chair against the door too. I didn't sleep much. Every little noise made me sit up and listen. The wind picked up around midnight and made the walls creak louder. At some point, I fell asleep without realizing it and woke up again just before dawn. The next morning, I walked out to the spot where I thought I saw the person. There were no footprints, just damp leaves and moss. I looked around for a while, walking in wide circles, trying to convince myself that I was being paranoid. Still, I decided to take my knife with me when I went outside after that. I even started carrying it inside the cabin, keeping it on the table next to me. 2 days went by without anything strange happening. I started to think I had imagined it, but I was more careful. I didn't hike as far, and I stayed close to the cabin. On the 7th day, I found something. I was walking around behind the cabin, near the shed where the firewood was kept. The shed was old, half-rotted, and leaned slightly to one side. I rarely went back there because I had already pulled enough wood for the week. But that morning, I went to grab a few more pieces. That's when I noticed that some of the logs were missing. Not a lot, maybe 6 or 7, but enough for me to notice. I hadn't used that many. I knew I hadn't. I looked around, thinking maybe an animal had dragged them off, though that didn't make much sense. The ground around the shed was mostly dirt, and I saw boot prints. Not mine. The soles didn't match my hiking boots. These were flatter, more worn out, like old work boots. They led off into the trees. I followed them for a while, maybe 100 yards, before they disappeared into the undergrowth. I stood there for a few minutes, staring into the woods, holding a piece of firewood like a club. I didn't see or hear anything, but I could feel something, like someone had been there recently, watching. I went back to the cabin and locked the door again. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the main room with the knife in my hand and the flashlight next to me. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something on the porch. A soft creak, then another, like someone was stepping slowly, trying not to make noise. I didn't move. I held my breath. I stared at the door. The fire was dying down, and the room was almost dark. Then it was quiet again. Nothing happened. I waited for hours. No more sounds. In the morning, I opened the door and saw footprints on the porch. Clear boot prints in the morning dew. They came up to the door, turned around, and walked back toward the woods. That was when I started packing. I told myself I would leave the next day. It was still early in my trip, but I didn't care. Something wasn't right. I didn't know if someone was messing with me or if it was just some drifter living in the woods. but I didn't want to be part of it anymore. That afternoon, I walked to the end of the trail to see if the car was still okay. It was. I checked everything. Tires, engine, doors. Nothing looked touched. I kept the knife in my belt the whole time. When I got back to the cabin, it was just past 4 p.m. The sun was already starting to go down. I lit the fire again, made one last meal, and double-checked all the windows and doors. That night was the worst one. Around midnight, I heard a soft tapping on the window behind me. Not a knock, just a light, slow tap, like someone dragging a finger across the glass. I froze. The knife was already in my hand. The flashlight was on the floor. I reached for it slowly, turned it on, and pointed it at the window. Nothing, just the reflection of the light on the glass. I stood up, moved closer, and looked out. The trees were barely visible in the dark, but I thought I saw movement. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I packed the last of my things. I loaded the car fast. I didn't care about the dirty clothes or half the food I had left. I just wanted to leave. As I was locking the cabin, I looked back at the woods one last time. He was standing there again. Same spot, between the trees, just standing. This time I could see him more clearly. Worn out jacket, pale skin. He wasn't holding anything. He wasn't moving, just watching. I didn't look away. I backed into the car, got in, and drove off without taking my eyes off the rearview mirror. He didn't follow. When I reached the main gravel road, I felt the weight finally lift. I drove straight to the nearest gas station, 20 miles away. I told the clerk there was someone living out in the woods, possibly trespassing. He nodded, said they sometimes get squatters, and that I should tell the local sheriff. I did. I filed a report and gave them the cabin's location. They said they'd check it out. I didn't go back. A week later, my friend called and said the sheriff found signs that someone had been living out there. They found a small camp about half a mile from the cabin. Old blankets, some trash, food wrappers. They also found several items taken from cabins in the area. Flashlights, tools, a radio, some clothes. No sign of the man himself, just boot prints. He was still out there. I never went back. Not to that cabin. Not to any cabin. That trip was supposed to be about peace and quiet. It ended up showing me that even in the middle of nowhere, you're not always alone. And sometimes I don't know what exactly made me do it. Maybe it was just the stress. Maybe I just wanted to get away from everything for a while. Work was draining. My apartment in the city was loud and cramped, and nothing in my life felt balanced anymore. So I decided to take a week off and rent a remote cabin deep in the woods of northern Idaho. No internet, no cell signal, just trees, air, and quiet. I found the place through a listing that said it was off-grid, safe, peaceful, and fully stocked. It looked small, old, and simple in the pictures. One room, a bed, a fireplace, a generator for lights, a stove that ran on propane, and a hand pump for water out back. There was a nearby shed for firewood and tools, and a long gravel road leading to the place from a highway turnoff. No neighbors within miles. That part especially appealed to me. I packed up my car on a Saturday morning, brought food for a week, some firewood just in case, a couple of books, a notepad, and some clothes. The drive was around 6 hours from where I lived. The last 45 minutes were just dense forest, winding roads, and complete silence except for the sound of tires on gravel. The road to the cabin wasn't marked, but the GPS gave me a rough idea. I took a narrow turn, drove half a mile down a trail barely wider than my car, and saw the place tucked in between tall pines. It looked exactly like the photos, maybe a little older. The sun was still up when I arrived. I parked close to the front door, got out, and stretched. The air felt fresh and sharp in my nose. I heard nothing but birds and wind in the trees. No cars, no people, no voices, just the woods. I unlocked the cabin with the key left under a rock beside the step, as instructed. Inside was even simpler than I imagined. One open room with wooden floors and walls, a small bed in the corner with a thick blanket, a table with 2 chairs, some shelves with pans and cups, and a metal stove. There was a battery-powered lantern on a hook, a small generator outside behind the cabin, and some matches on the windowsill. Everything smelled like dry wood and dust. I unpacked quickly, got my food into the cooler box, checked the propane tank to make sure it was full, and brought in a few logs for the fireplace. The place had clearly been used recently. There was no dust on the shelves, and someone had left a couple of empty bottles near the stove. I spent that first evening just walking the area around the cabin. I didn't go far, just a few hundred feet in each direction to get a feel for the land. The trees were so tall they blocked out most of the sky. There were faint animal trails in the underbrush, but nothing that looked human-made. It was quiet, almost too quiet, and I remember thinking how weird it was not to hear cars or planes or voices, just wind. It started to get dark fast, so I went back, lit a few candles, cooked some eggs and bread on the stove, and sat in the chair listening to the forest outside. Then I read a few pages of a book and went to bed. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. because I thought I heard something outside. I laid still in the dark, listening. First, I thought it was just wind again, but then it sounded like footsteps. Not fast, not heavy, but deliberate, like someone walking slowly in dry leaves, maybe 10 feet outside the cabin. I stayed in bed, holding my breath. The cabin had 2 small windows, one near the bed and one above the table. Both were shut. The moonlight outside lit up a little of the ground, and I could see part of the dirt and leaves just beyond the glass. I waited for a few minutes, heart beating fast, straining my ears. The sound didn't come again. I told myself it was probably a deer, or maybe just branches falling. Still, I stayed awake for almost 2 hours before I fell asleep again. I didn't mention it in my notepad the next morning. I just brushed it off. Day 2 was calm. I spent most of it outside walking the woods, looking at birds and following little trails. There was no real danger of getting lost since the cabin was the only structure around and I kept my bearings. I found a small creek about 20 minutes east, filled a bottle with clean water, and sat on a rock just watching it flow. It was peaceful. That night I lit a fire, read some more, and made soup. I didn't hear anything strange, but I kept the lantern close by. I was starting to get used to the silence. On day 3, I decided to try and gather some dry wood deeper in the woods since the supply near the shed was small. I took a small hatchet from the shed and walked west. I found a few fallen trees and started chopping limbs off to carry back. After a while, I noticed something strange. There were boot prints. Not mine. These were older, almost faded, but they were there. A clear tread in the dry dirt, leading between 2 trees and disappearing behind a patch of fern. They didn't look fresh, maybe a few days old, but they were too big to be mine. I wear a size 9. These looked like maybe size 11 or 12. I followed them for a bit, maybe 15 feet, then lost them in the leaves. There were no other signs. No trash, no fire pits, no gear. Just the faint footprints. That unsettled me. I tried not to think about it too much. That night, I locked the door and pushed a chair under the handle. The windows didn't lock, but they were too small for a grown person to fit through. I barely slept. Around 1 a.m., I heard a knock, just once. It sounded like it came from the back wall. Just one single thump, like someone tapped the wall with a stick. I sat up, holding the lantern, waiting. It didn't happen again. I got out of bed, heart racing, and slowly moved toward the back window. I couldn't see anything, just dark trees. I stood there for maybe 20 minutes, not breathing. Then I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I checked the back of the cabin. There were no marks, no signs. I walked around in circles trying to find prints, but the ground was covered in leaves. I tried to calm myself down by saying it could have been a branch falling, maybe a raccoon, but I didn't really believe that. I spent most of day 4 inside, writing in my notepad and sharpening the hatchet even though I didn't need to. I kept the fire going even though it wasn't cold, just because it made me feel better. I kept checking the windows, looking for movement. That afternoon, I went out to pump water and noticed something that made my stomach sink. There were new prints, fresh ones, same tread pattern, same size, this time only about 10 feet from the back door. I could tell they were recent because they were deep and clear. It had rained lightly the night before, and the dirt was still soft. They weren't mine. They circled the back of the cabin and went off into the trees again. I didn't feel safe anymore. I packed some things in a bag, flashlight, food, water, knife, and the hatchet, and kept them by the door. I planned to leave in the morning. I didn't care that it was early. I didn't want to stay another night. That evening, just before sunset, I heard movement in the woods. Real movement, branches snapping. I turned off the lantern and crouched near the window. I saw nothing, but I could hear someone walking. Slow, steady, not trying to hide. I stayed crouched until it got completely dark, and then I lit the fire again so the inside of the cabin would be too bright to see into from the outside. I didn't eat dinner. I didn't read. I just sat there staring at the door. At around 11 p.m., I heard the shed door slam. I jumped. Then I heard it open again. Then slam. Again. Someone was messing with it. I grabbed the hatchet and stood by the window. I could see the shed through the glass. It was maybe 15 feet away. The door was swinging open and closed, like someone was pushing it. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt eyes on me. I waited until it stopped moving. Then silence again. At 1:30 a.m., I heard footsteps on the front porch. Slow, creaking. One step, then another, then nothing. I didn't move. I barely breathed. They didn't knock. They didn't try the handle. Just stood there for maybe a full minute. Then the steps creaked again, slowly down, then crunching leaves, fading away. I didn't sleep that night either. At first light, I grabbed my bag, doused the fire, and left. I didn't clean up. I didn't care. I just wanted to be gone. I walked fast down the gravel road to my car. When I got there, the rear window had been smashed. Not broken all the way through, just cracked inwards, like someone had hit it with something heavy but not hard enough to shatter it. My car was locked. Everything inside was still there, but the message was clear. I drove out fast, looking in my rearview mirror every 10 seconds. When I got to the highway, I finally took a breath. Then I drove straight home. I didn't stop. I reported the incident to the rental listing. They said no one else had access to the land. They offered me a partial refund. I didn't take it. I just wanted to forget it. I didn't call the police. I didn't know what to say. Someone maybe stalked me, but I didn't see them. I had no evidence. No name, no face, just sounds, footprints, and fear. But I know what I felt. Someone was out there watching me. I was tired. Not the kind of tired you feel after a long day at work. This was something deeper. It was that slow, heavy kind of tired that builds up over months, maybe years. I worked in tech, mostly from home, staring at screens all day, most days not leaving my apartment, living on bad food and worse sleep. The walls of my apartment started to feel like they were pressing in. I knew I had to get out for a while before I broke down completely. I found the cabin online. It was 2 hours away from the city, far up in the mountains, near a place called Otter Ridge. The ad said it was completely off-grid, with a wood stove, no Wi-Fi, and no neighbors for miles. That was exactly what I wanted. A break from everything. No screens, no notifications, no emails. Just silence and trees. I packed light, just enough food for 2 weeks, some books, a small solar charger for emergencies, and a rifle just in case of wild animals. I wasn't a hunter or anything, but it seemed like a smart thing to bring. The drive up was peaceful. The road twisted through thick pine forests, and the higher I climbed, the less I thought about work or life in the city. My phone lost signal about 20 miles from the cabin. I remember feeling relieved. I reached the turnoff around noon. It wasn't really a road, more like a long dirt path. Branches scraped the sides of my car as I drove slowly up to the cabin. When I saw it, I felt this weird sense of calm. It was a small place, just a single floor with a little porch out front, surrounded by tall trees and complete silence. The key was under a flat rock beside the steps, just like the instructions said. Inside, it was cozy. Wood everywhere, wooden floors, wooden walls, wooden table, chairs, cabinets. There was a small wood stove in the corner, a single bed with thick blankets, and a tiny bathroom with a compost toilet and a gravity-fed shower. The windows were small but gave a view of the trees outside. Everything looked normal, and yet, I don't know, from the start, something felt a little off. Not scary, just strange, like someone had just left. The bed was made too neatly. The air inside didn't smell musty or dusty like you'd expect from a place that hadn't been used in a while. But I ignored it. I figured the owner probably kept it up regularly for guests. I unloaded the car and stacked my food supplies neatly in the cabinet. Cans mostly beans, soup, tuna, vegetables. A big bag of rice, some jerky, trail mix, powdered milk, instant coffee. I put my books on the little shelf above the bed and placed the solar charger near the window. That first night, I made a small fire in the wood stove and read for a while. It was quiet, so quiet that the crackling of the fire seemed loud. I slept surprisingly well. No traffic, no city noise, no glow from my laptop or phone, just darkness and silence. The next few days were peaceful. I went on short walks through the woods, collected kindling, kept the stove going, and read. It was boring, but in a good way. I started to feel like a person again. But by the fourth day, that strange feeling crept back. It started with a sound. I was lying in bed reading when I heard a soft hum. Very low, almost like a machine running. At first, I thought it was the stove, but the fire had gone out and the room was cold. I sat up, held my breath, and listened. It was still there. A faint electrical hum like a refrigerator or a fan. But there was nothing like that in the cabin. I got up and walked slowly around the room. The sound seemed to be coming from the wall near the bookshelf. I pressed my ear to the wood. It was definitely louder there. I tapped the wall. Felt hollow. That bothered me. There wasn't supposed to be any insulation or wiring in the cabin. The listing said it was built simply, no electricity, no modern systems. But the sound was real. The next morning, I woke up early and looked at the wall again. The hum was gone. I stood in front of it for a while, thinking about what to do. Finally, I moved the shelf and examined the wood. The paneling wasn't nailed tightly. One of the boards had small screw heads barely visible under the wood grain. I didn't have a screwdriver, so I used a pocket knife to pry it loose. Behind the board was a small space, about 2 feet wide and maybe 5 feet high. Inside it were wires. Not just old wires like from an old generator or something, but modern ones, thick black cables, bundles wrapped in zip ties. Some of them had labels. There was even a little metal box with blinking lights. That made me step back. Blinking lights meant power, and power meant someone had wired this place. Someone had added this after the cabin was built. I didn't touch anything at first. I just stared at it for a long time, then put the board back in place and pushed the shelf in front of it again. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but something about it felt wrong. Why would someone run hidden wires through an off-grid cabin? What were they powering? That night, I didn't sleep well. Every sound seemed louder. The wind against the windows, the creak of the wood. I started wondering if there were cameras. That thought made my skin crawl. I checked the bathroom, under the bed, behind the cabinets. Nothing obvious. But by then, I couldn't relax. I sat at the table with the lights off and just listened. At around 2 a.m., I heard something new, a soft clicking noise. Not from inside the cabin, from the woods, like someone stepping on sticks. I froze. It only lasted a few seconds. Then nothing. I stayed there until sunrise. The next morning, I packed up most of my food into the car and drove back to the nearest town, which was about an hour and a half away. I parked in the lot of a diner and used their Wi-Fi to do some searching. I looked up the cabin's listing again. It was still online, still available. I found the owner's name, searched it, and found nothing but a phone number and a first name. No reviews, no social media, no records of the property being bought. Then I searched the phrase hidden surveillance cabin rentals, and I found stories, a few articles, some Reddit threads. They talked about people who found hidden cameras in airbnbs, or microphones in walls, or cabins where people were secretly recorded. It wasn't common, but it happened. Some people found wires behind mirrors. Others found memory cards taped to furniture. There were lawsuits. In some cases, nothing ever came of it. I sat there in the car for a long time, holding the wheel and staring at the dashboard. I could have just left, driven back to the city and never returned. But something in me couldn't leave it alone. I had to know how deep it went, so I drove back. When I got there, I parked a few hundred feet away and walked the rest. The cabin looked normal, silent. I walked around it, checking the walls, the roof. Behind the cabin, hidden under a pile of firewood, I found more cables running into the ground. I went back inside, locked the door, and pulled out every drawer, every piece of furniture. In the kitchen cabinet, behind the bottom drawer, I found a tiny black device about the size of a matchbox. It had a lens, camera, that confirmed it. I wasn't imagining things. I took the drawer out, broke the device loose, and smashed it with the back of the hatchet I'd brought. Then I started searching the rest of the cabin. Over the next 2 hours, I found 4 more cameras. One above the bed, one near the stove, one in the bathroom fan, and one under the table. All of them were tucked away in places where you wouldn't look unless you knew what to search for. I took them all out and destroyed them. Then I went back to the wall and ripped off the panel. I started pulling out wires, yanking them hard until they snapped. Some of them ran deep into the wall. I couldn't get them all, but I damaged enough. The little box with the blinking lights, I smashed that too. After that, I packed the rest of my things and left. I didn't even bother cleaning up. I drove straight down the mountain and didn't stop until I reached a hotel 2 hours away. I never contacted the cabin owner. I figured whoever was behind it already knew what I'd done. A week later, the listing disappeared from the website. Just gone. Like it was never there. I didn't tell anyone for a while. Not because I was scared, but because I didn't want to sound crazy. I destroyed the evidence. There was no way to prove it. I couldn't even remember the exact address. All I had were the pieces I'd taken, the broken lens from one of the cameras, some wires, and a chunk of the metal box. I kept those in a drawer in my apartment. Sometimes I take them out and look at them, not to remind myself of what happened, but to remind myself that it was real. I don't rent cabins anymore. I don't even stay in hotels. I sleep at home, windows covered, phone off. I keep everything unplugged at night. And when something feels off, I listen. Because sometimes the quiet places are the ones being watched the most. I drove up to the cabin around noon on a Thursday. The sun was out, and the sky was clear blue, with just a few long white clouds hanging low over the trees. The road was dry and dusty, and I hadn't seen another car since turning off the main highway nearly an hour ago. I rolled the windows down halfway and let the wind blow through the cab of the truck. There was a light smell of pine, hot dust, and some kind of wildflower I didn't know the name of. My phone hadn't had signal for the past 45 minutes. I didn't care. The cabin belonged to a friend of mine, but I was the only one who used it these days. He had moved out of state 2 years back and had given me the keys, said I could come and go whenever I wanted. I'd been up there a few times over the last year, usually just for a weekend or two when I wanted to get away from everything. No one ever came out here. No neighbors, no park rangers, no tourists. It sat out in the woods near the edge of a shallow lake, with a view of the trees and water that looked like something from a painting. No power lines, no internet, no noise. That was the best part. This trip was supposed to be the same as the others. I brought some food, 2 jugs of water, a battery-powered radio, a gas lamp, a small cooler, and a few other things I figured I'd need for a long weekend. I planned to fish a little, read a few books, maybe take a hike. Nothing special. I hadn't told anyone where I was going this time. Not because I was hiding it. I just didn't think it was important. I just wanted to be alone for a few days. I pulled up to the small clearing where the cabin sat. The place looked the same as always. A small one-room wooden building with a tin roof and a little porch. No sign of damage or weathering since the last time I was here. The gravel in the driveway crunched under the tires as I parked. I turned off the truck, grabbed my backpack, and stepped out into the stillness. The quiet out here always got to me, but not in a bad way. It was just pure. The only sounds were the occasional birds, the distant rustle of wind in the trees, and maybe the chirp of insects if you listen long enough. No cars, no people, no voices. I unlocked the front door, stepped inside, and set my bag down on the wooden floor. The place smelled the same as always, dry wood, a little musty, but not bad. I opened the windows and let the air in. There was one bed, a wooden table with 2 chairs, a propane stove, and a small shelf full of old books and some tools. The bathroom was outside, a separate outhouse about 20 yards behind the cabin. Everything simple, no distractions. I spent that first afternoon unpacking and getting things set up. I stacked my food and gear, double-checked the propane levels, and filled the lantern with fuel. I made myself a sandwich around 3 p.m. and sat out on the porch to eat it, just watching the lake ripple under the sun. Around 5, I fished for an hour or so. Didn't catch anything, but I didn't care. I wasn't really there to fish. It was just something to do. As the sun went down, I lit the lantern, read a few pages of an old paperback I'd brought, and then turned in early. I slept lightly that first night, like I always did up here, waking up every hour or two and listening to the quiet, adjusting to the creaks of the place. Around 2 or 3 a.m., I thought I heard a thump outside, but I didn't check it out. Probably a branch falling, or maybe a deer passing through. The forest was full of life at night. The next morning, I got up around 6. The sun was just coming up through the trees, and there was a light mist over the lake. I brewed some instant coffee on the stove and sat on the porch again. I didn't feel like doing much. I just sat there and watched the light change across the water. It wasn't until later that morning that something felt a little off. I was walking the small trail behind the cabin that leads up a gentle slope. I like to hike it early in the day while it was still cool. I walked for maybe 20 minutes, not going far, just enough to stretch my legs and get a little elevation. But when I turned around and started heading back down, I noticed something strange. The cabin looked slightly different through the trees. It was hard to explain. The light hit it at a weird angle, or maybe I was seeing it from a direction I hadn't before. But what really got my attention was the smell. I caught a faint whiff of something like smoke, but not campfire smoke. It was sharper, sour, almost like something synthetic was burning. I paused and sniffed the air again, but the wind shifted, and the smell was gone. Back at the cabin, everything seemed fine. No sign of fire, no unusual smells anymore. I walked around the cabin, checked the propane tank and the small tool shed nearby. Nothing looked touched or disturbed. I shrugged it off and figured maybe I imagined it. The day passed slowly, like they usually do up here. I read more, made lunch, and napped a little. That night, the wind picked up. I could hear it moving through the trees, harder than usual, making the branches creak. The lantern flickered once or twice but stayed on. I didn't sleep much. Around 1 a.m., I woke up to the sound of something knocking. Not loud, but not soft either. It sounded like something tapping against the outside wall of the cabin, maybe around the back where the outhouse was. It was rhythmic, 3 knocks, a pause, then 3 more. I froze in my bed, my heart starting to race. I tried to listen carefully, but the wind picked up again and drowned out the sound. I waited 5 or 10 minutes, lying perfectly still, before I slowly got up and turned the lantern up brighter. I didn't go outside. I told myself it was just a loose branch banging against the side of the cabin. I waited another hour before I could fall asleep again. The next morning, I walked around to the back of the cabin, near where I thought I heard the knocking. Nothing seemed out of place. The wall looked fine. No marks, no scratches, no branches lying close enough to hit it. The trees around that side weren't even close to the wall. I walked out to the outhouse and looked around. Same thing. No prints in the dirt, no signs of animals. I was starting to feel uneasy. Still, I stayed. I didn't want to give in to nerves. I made breakfast and forced myself to relax. I even tried fishing again. That afternoon, though, I found something that changed everything. I was collecting some deadwood from the edge of the clearing, just to have it ready for a small fire later. I was about 10 or 15 feet into the trees when I saw something white on the ground, half covered by a leaf. I bent down and picked it up. It was a torn corner of a plastic bag. Looked like it had once held trail mix or something. That wasn't unusual by itself, but the bag was clean. No dirt on it, no water damage, like it had been dropped just recently. I looked around more and found two more small pieces of trash. One was a crumpled wrapper from an energy bar, and the other was a twist tie from a loaf of bread. None of it was mine. I don't eat energy bars, and I hadn't brought any trail mix. These weren't old either. The trash was too clean, too fresh. I walked a slow circle around the cabin, checking for anything else out of place. That's when I noticed the marks. Just a few feet from the back corner of the cabin, near the ground, there were small indentations in the soil. Not full footprints, more like shallow impressions, but they were shaped like the balls of feet and toes. Bare feet, human, and they were small, maybe the size of a child's foot or a small adult. I knelt down and looked closely. They were recent. The edges hadn't collapsed or been blown away by the wind. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the lantern on and sat up in bed, just staring at the door and listening. The wind had stopped by then, and the forest was quiet. Too quiet. I didn't even hear insects. It was like everything out there had gone still. Then, a little after midnight, I heard the knocking again. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. But this time it was on the front wall, right by the window. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. No more sounds. Then, slowly, very slowly, I got up and moved toward the window. The lantern was still on, but I kept my body low and stayed out of the light. I looked out the corner of the window, barely lifting the edge of the curtain. I saw nothing, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing straight up. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I packed. I didn't even eat. I just threw everything into the back of the truck and slammed the tailgate shut. Before I left, I did one last walk around the cabin, just to make sure nothing had been stolen or damaged. And that's when I saw it. A small pile of rocks had been stacked neatly on the porch steps. Maybe 10 rocks, all about the size of a fist, balanced one on top of the other. It hadn't been there the night before. There was no way I didn't notice it yesterday. I walked up and down those steps at least a dozen times. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it for a minute. Then I got in the truck and started the engine. I didn't look back. I drove all the way back to the highway without stopping. Once I got a signal, I texted my friend and told him I wouldn't be using the cabin anymore. I didn't explain why. I didn't know how to explain it. That was the last time I went up there. I never figured out who or what was out there in those woods. I went to the cabin because I needed peace. That was all. No deep emotional healing or soul searching. I had a deadline. I needed to finish a big work project, and the noise in the city was driving me crazy. My phone buzzed all day, neighbors fought in the hallway, someone was always running some kind of power tool in the apartment above mine, and even with earplugs, I couldn't focus. I put off the project longer than I should have, and now I was stuck trying to do 3 weeks of work in 6 days. So when I found a listing for a quiet, off-grid cabin in the woods a few hours north, I booked it immediately. It wasn't anything fancy, just a plain wooden structure about half the size of my apartment. There was no Wi-Fi, no cell reception, no TV, not even radio. It had a generator for some lights and heating, but everything else ran on propane or was manual. There was a wood stove, a small kitchen, and a bathroom with a composting toilet and a gravity-fed shower. I had to bring my own drinking water in jugs. I didn't care. All I needed was electricity for my laptop, a table to work at, and silence. The guy who rented it out met me in the nearest town, showed me the way up through the forest, and left after giving me a key and a few basic instructions about the generator and the water system. He didn't talk much, just said he lived in a house a few miles away and to come down to him if anything went wrong. He seemed normal enough, if a little distant. He didn't give off any weird vibes, just looked like someone who didn't like talking more than necessary. The first day went fine. The drive up had tired me out, so I didn't do much except unpack, make a sandwich, and go over my notes. It was already late afternoon by the time I settled in. The cabin had a small desk in front of a window, and from there I could see the trees stretching out in all directions. There wasn't a road or house or any kind of sign of civilization in sight, just forest. It was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. For a moment, it felt almost too quiet, like I had to relearn how to exist without the constant background hum of city life. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Not because anything was wrong, but just because of the silence. It was a full kind of silence, pressing against the windows and walls. I kept hearing things I knew weren't anything important. Branches creaking, the wind blowing through dry leaves, the occasional owl, but they sounded louder in that kind of quiet. I woke up 3 or 4 times just because my brain wasn't used to the stillness. But by morning, I felt okay. The next day, I got a lot of work done. I drank coffee, stared at spreadsheets, and made more progress in 6 hours than I had in the last 2 weeks. I took a short walk around the area to stretch my legs. There was a path behind the cabin that led down to a small stream. I didn't go far. I just stood near the water for a bit, threw a few rocks, and went back up. Everything looked the same in every direction. Dense trees, uneven ground, lots of moss and old stumps. You'd have to try pretty hard to get lost, but I still stuck close. The cabin didn't have a GPS or even a proper map. I made a mental note not to wander too far. That night, I thought I heard something move outside. It was past midnight, and I had been asleep for a few hours. The wind had picked up earlier, and I figured it was just the trees again. But then I heard what sounded like steps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, almost cautious. I froze. My eyes were wide open, and I just stared at the ceiling, holding my breath. It wasn't an animal, at least not the kind that scurries or hops or flaps. It was steady, like someone walking slowly in boots. I sat up, reached over to the nightstand, and shut off the little lamp. The generator was still humming outside, but everything inside the cabin was dark. I waited. The steps stopped after a while. No knock, no sounds at the door. Just silence again. I sat there for nearly an hour before I lay back down. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I walked out and looked around. Nothing was missing. No signs of footprints or anything unusual on the porch. The ground was dry and covered in leaves, and I knew that even if someone had walked around, I might not see any marks. I told myself it had to be a deer or maybe even just a branch falling. I went back inside and tried to forget about it. But that day, I kept feeling like something was off. I'd be working, and suddenly I'd stop typing and just listen, like I expected to hear breathing behind me or something moving outside. Once, I thought I saw a shadow pass by the window, but when I looked up, nothing was there. Another time, I swore I saw something move between the trees way out in the distance, but it was gone too quickly to be sure. I kept trying to shake it off and focus, but the sense of unease didn't leave. That night, I checked all the windows twice. I locked the front door and propped a chair against it. I turned off the generator early, just in case the light was attracting animals. I lay in bed with my flashlight next to me and didn't fall asleep until almost dawn. The next few days were more of the same. I'd get a few hours of work done, but then I'd get distracted. The sounds outside were getting harder to ignore. I started noticing things moved slightly. Sticks in different places, the broom I left by the back wall now leaning on the opposite side. A stone I hadn't seen before right near the steps. Tiny things, easy to miss, easy to explain, but they added up. And at night, I kept hearing the same slow steps on the porch. Sometimes once, sometimes twice a night. They never tried the door, never knocked, just stood there walking a bit, then leaving. I started staying up with the lights off, watching through a crack in the window, hoping to catch something. I never did. Either whoever it was knew when I was watching, or I was just losing my mind. One night, I even stepped outside quietly and sat on the edge of the porch with a hammer in my hand. But nothing came. I sat there for over an hour in the cold before I gave up. By the 5th night, I hadn't slept more than 10 hours total since I arrived. I felt dizzy and kept making mistakes in my work. I spilled hot coffee all over my laptop keyboard and nearly ruined it. I kept having this thought in the back of my mind that I wasn't alone. Not just in the forest. Inside the cabin, too. The feeling that someone had been inside while I slept. I started checking the drawers every morning to see if anything had moved. I marked the position of the chair legs and the angle of the curtain. Once, I was sure my backpack had been unzipped halfway, but I couldn't prove it. That afternoon, I walked down the path to the stream again, needing air. I stood near the water for a long time, not really thinking, just trying to calm down. When I turned to go back, I saw something that made me stop. A shape in the trees, far enough that I couldn't make out any details, but close enough to tell it was a person. Just standing between two trunks, completely still. No movement, no sound. I stared for what felt like a full minute. I even waved, thinking maybe it was the owner checking in. But the shape didn't respond. It didn't move at all. I turned and walked back quickly, not running but moving fast. I didn't look back until I was at the edge of the cabin clearing. When I turned, there was no one there. I waited for 20 minutes on the porch, staring down the trail, but no one came out. No footsteps, no rustling, nothing. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the dark, holding the hammer again, flashlight in the other hand. The steps didn't come that night. Neither did the shadow. But I felt something was close. The silence had changed. Felt heavy, like something was waiting. In the morning, I decided I was done. Work didn't matter anymore. I packed everything quickly and drove down to the nearest town. I didn't go to the owner's house. I just left the key in the mailbox at the gas station, sent him a text from there saying I had to leave early, and drove all the way home without stopping. When I got back to the city, I couldn't sleep properly for days. I kept waking up thinking someone was in the apartment. I double-locked every door and checked every closet. Even though I was back in a crowded place, I still felt watched. A few days later, I checked the news out of curiosity. I searched the area where the cabin was, looking for anything. I found an old post, buried on a local forum from years ago, about a missing hiker in those woods. Nothing ever came of it. No body, no sign of him, just gone. People said he might have gotten lost. Others said he might have run into a hermit or a recluse who didn't like strangers. One person even mentioned strange things happening in that part of the woods. Not ghosts, not magic. Just people who didn't want to be found. People who didn't like others coming too close. I never found out who it was. I don't know if someone was playing a trick on me, or if I almost ran into someone who didn't want to be seen. But I think about it sometimes. That sound of slow steps on the porch, the figure in the trees, the little things that kept moving inside the cabin, the silence that wasn't just silence. I never went back to the woods after that, and I never booked a place that didn't have neighbors within shouting distance. Whatever was out there, I don't want to find out, and I don't think it wants to be found. I don't know if I'll ever go back into the woods again. I used to love being alone in nature. I liked the quiet, the sounds of the wind through trees, and how time seemed to move slower out there. It helped me feel like I was away from everything. Work, people, city noise, all of it. But after what happened at that cabin last fall, something changed. I don't even feel safe in my own apartment now. I check the locks more than I should. I cover windows I never used to think twice about. I get this feeling sometimes like someone's behind me when I'm just walking to the bathroom at night. I've never talked about it before, but I figured I should write it all out, every detail I can remember, just in case it ever happens to someone else. It started when I decided to take a week off work. I had a lot of unused leave, and I needed a break from screens, emails, people. I didn't want to go anywhere touristy or crowded. I just wanted peace. I found this small cabin listed on a site I'd used before, a rental deep in the woods, about 4 hours away from my apartment. It was in the mountains, tucked into a pine forest, with no neighbors around for miles. The listing said there was no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, and solar power for basic electricity. It was what I wanted, total quiet, no distractions. I booked 5 nights. I packed my car with the basics, clothes, a sleeping bag, a flashlight, extra batteries, matches, a camping stove just in case, some food, water, and a book I'd been meaning to finish. I left early in the morning and drove up into the mountains. The road got narrow and rough the farther I went, until eventually it turned into a dirt path barely wide enough for my car. I didn't pass another car the entire time. No cabins, no signs, just forest. By the time I reached the spot, it was late afternoon. The sun was already low, casting long shadows through the trees. The cabin looked old but solid, Wooden walls, small porch, a door with a simple lock, and a single window on each side. It sat at the edge of a small clearing, with trees pressing in close behind it. There was a chopped woodpile stacked next to the porch and a small metal fire pit a few feet out front. A narrow path led off into the woods, but I didn't know where it went. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth. There were no sounds except for birds and the rustle of leaves in the wind. I didn't feel anything strange then. It was peaceful. I unlocked the cabin and went inside. It was one room. Wooden walls, a single bed, a table with 2 chairs, a shelf with some old books and tools, and a small wood stove in the corner. A lantern hung from a hook in the middle. It was rustic but clean. The window frames were old and a little warped, but they all closed. There was no bathroom, just an outhouse a short walk behind the trees. I unpacked, lit the lantern, and sat down to read while it got dark. That first night was uneventful. Cold, but not too bad once I got the stove going. I boiled some water for instant noodles, ate by lantern light, then turned in early. It was so quiet I could hear every creak of the cabin and every snap of a twig outside, but I didn't feel scared. I camped alone plenty of times. The forest makes noise. I slept okay. The second day, I woke up early, made instant coffee on the little propane stove I'd brought, then walked around the area. The cabin really was alone. I couldn't hear any roads or see any signs of other houses. I followed that narrow path for about a half mile until it just stopped at a small creek. No bridges, no trails, just water and trees. I sat there for a while and listened. Still nothing strange. Just nature. On the way back, I saw deer tracks and what I think were raccoon prints in the soft dirt. I didn't see any animals though. That night, things started to feel different. Around 2 a.m., I woke up needing to pee. I got up, pulled on my coat and boots, and stepped outside. The night was cold and dead silent. The moon was almost full, casting a pale light across the clearing. I walked to the outhouse, did what I needed to do, then stepped back outside. That's when I saw it. Across the clearing, just past the edge of the trees, I saw a shape. At first, I thought it was just a tree stump or a bush, but it was tall, too narrow for a stump, and it didn't blend into the trees. It was dark and still, but I could feel it wasn't natural. I stared at it for a long time. It didn't move. I thought maybe it was a trick of the light, or maybe I was still half asleep. I turned back toward the cabin and walked slowly. I looked back once before going inside. It was gone. I locked the door, checked the window, and sat there on the bed for a long time with the lantern on. I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no branches cracking, nothing. Eventually, I laid back down and tried to sleep. I kept telling myself it was just a shadow or a trick of my eyes in the moonlight. The next day, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped a little wood with the dull axe leaning against the porch. I sat on the steps and drank coffee. I tried to read, but I kept thinking about what I saw, or thought I saw. I didn't walk the trail that day. I just stayed nearby and kept glancing at the tree line. Every time the wind moved the branches, I flinched. That night, I didn't sleep much. I lay there listening to every sound. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside. Not heavy, but slow. Just a few steps, then nothing. I sat up in bed and held my breath. The stove had burned low. The only light was from the moon through the window. I stayed like that for what felt like an hour, staring at the window, barely breathing. Nothing happened. Eventually, I must have dozed off. In the morning, I walked the edge of the clearing. I wanted to see if there were footprints. The ground was soft in places. I did find something. Behind the cabin, in a patch of soft dirt, I saw a single footprint. It wasn't mine. I checked my boots to make sure. This one was larger, deeper. It looked like a hiking boot tread. It was pointed toward the cabin. I stared at it for a long time. Just one print, no others around it. No path leading to or from it. Just that one, like someone had stood there and then disappeared. That was when I started getting really scared. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat there trying to calm myself down. I told myself it could have been there before I arrived. Maybe I hadn't noticed it, but deep down I didn't believe that. I knew it was fresh. The edges were still sharp. I stayed inside most of that day. I kept the windows closed. I skipped the trail again. That night, I didn't even light the stove. I didn't want the smoke giving away that someone was inside. I turned off the lantern early and lay in bed in the dark, listening. I don't know what time it was, maybe around midnight, when I heard the knock. It was soft, almost gentle. Just 3 slow taps on the door. Not hurried, not loud, but clear. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just lay there in the dark, eyes wide open, every muscle tight. After a minute, it happened again. 3 more knocks, then silence. I waited. 5 minutes, 10. Nothing else. No footsteps, no voices, just wind outside. Eventually, I worked up the courage to grab the axe from beside the bed and walk to the door. I didn't open it. I just pressed my ear against the wood and listened. Still nothing. I stayed like that for a long time, then finally moved away and sat in the chair by the window with the axe in my lap. I sat there until morning. When the sun came up, I finally opened the door. No one was there. No footprints on the porch. No signs of anything. I walked around the clearing, but the ground was harder now and I didn't see anything new. Still, I knew I hadn't imagined it. I knew what I heard. That was the 4th day. I was supposed to stay 1 more night, but I couldn't. I packed my things and loaded the car. As I was doing that, I kept looking at the tree line, half expecting to see someone just standing there. But there was nothing. I got in the car and started driving. I didn't relax until I hit paved road again. I didn't report anything. I didn't tell anyone. I just went home and tried to forget. But I couldn't. About a week after I got back, I was going through my backpack, cleaning things out. I found something that didn't belong to me. Stuffed in the side pocket, beneath some folded socks, was a small, rolled-up piece of paper. No writing on it, just a printed photo. It was a picture of me, standing in the clearing, taken from the tree line. I don't know when it was taken. I don't remember hearing a camera. I don't know how it got in my bag. I burned the photo and the paper. I changed the locks on my apartment. I haven't gone into the woods since, and I never will again. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to go up there alone. I guess I was trying to get away from everything for a while. I'd been working too much, staring at screens all day, barely sleeping, and my head always felt heavy. I just wanted quiet. I wanted to hear the wind through the trees instead of cars and phones ringing. I wanted the kind of silence where you can feel it in your bones. A friend of mine had told me about this place. It was his cousin's cabin, way out in the northern woods. He said it was peaceful, had no internet, no TV, nothing fancy, just a bed, a fireplace, a little kitchen, and a small bathroom that worked off a gravity-fed tank. I told him that sounded perfect. Took me 6 hours to get there by car. Most of that drive was on paved roads, but the last hour was rough. I had to crawl up a narrow dirt path, full of rocks and mud, with thick woods on both sides. I kept thinking my tires were going to get stuck, but somehow, I made it. The cabin sat on a little clearing, surrounded by tall pine trees and a low hill on one side. There was no one around for miles, just forest, birds, and that strange silence I had been chasing. I parked the car beside the cabin and took a deep breath. The air was cold and smelled like pine needles and old wood. The sun was starting to set, and the trees cast long shadows over the ground. I unloaded my stuff, just some clothes, food, a first aid kit, a flashlight, a knife, and a few other basics. I brought a small cooler with some meat, eggs, and fruit. The rest was dry stuff, cereal, granola bars, canned beans, nothing that needed refrigeration for long. The cabin was small, like a single-room shed with a dividing wall for the bathroom. It had one window in the front and another smaller one on the side. The inside was plain. Wooden walls, a small bed with a worn-out mattress, an old but solid-looking table, 2 chairs, a fireplace with a metal grate, and a small counter with a propane stove. There was a sink with a metal tap, but no hot water. A small tank on a rack outside caught rainwater and fed it through gravity. It was primitive, but enough for a few days. That first night was quiet. I sat by the fireplace after heating up a can of soup and just stared into the flames. I hadn't felt that relaxed in months. I didn't even care that I had no phone signal. I didn't want to be found. I wanted the quiet to stretch out forever. The next morning, I woke up early. It was cold inside the cabin, and my breath came out in little white clouds. I boiled some water, made instant coffee, and stepped outside with a mug in my hand. The woods were still. I didn't hear anything at first, but after a few minutes, the forest slowly came to life. Birds chirping, leaves rustling, maybe a squirrel somewhere up in the branches. I walked around the clearing, sipped my coffee, and looked at the marks in the dirt. Deer tracks, I guessed. Some kind of small animal too. Maybe a raccoon or a fox. I liked not knowing for sure. It felt like I was finally out of the world I knew. Around noon, I decided to walk deeper into the woods. I wanted to explore a little, see how far I could go without getting lost. I packed a bottle of water, a granola bar, and brought my knife with me. The forest was thick, but there was a trail, not a proper one, but a faint path through the brush, maybe used by animals. I followed it for an hour, watching my step, brushing aside branches, and listening to the woods. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. The birdsong thinned out, and even the wind seemed softer. At one point, I stopped walking and just stood there. I don't know why, but I felt like something had shifted. I looked around. Nothing. Just trees and shadows. Still, my chest felt tight, like I just walked into a room that had been sealed shut for years. I turned back. When I got back to the cabin, it was almost evening. The light was already fading, and the shadows were longer than before. I started a fire inside, boiled more water, and made some scrambled eggs on the propane burner. I sat at the table to eat. That night, the wind picked up. I could hear it pushing through the trees and brushing against the sides of the cabin. Sometimes it would rattle the window a little. I pulled the blankets tighter around me and listened to the sounds until I fell asleep. The next few days passed slowly, but I liked it. I spent time walking, cooking, writing in a notebook I brought, and sometimes just sitting on the porch and staring at the woods. I started to notice little things. The way the shadows changed depending on the hour. The way certain birds only sang in the morning. The way the wind always blew stronger at night. I slept better than I had in years. But on the fourth night, I heard something different. It was past midnight. I had just put out the fire and crawled into bed. The wind was blowing hard again, and the trees were swaying outside. I could hear them creaking and rustling. I was about to fall asleep when I heard a sound that didn't match the wind. It was dull, heavy, like something hitting the side of the cabin. I sat up and listened. Nothing for a while. Then again, thump came from the back of the cabin, near the bathroom wall. A single, heavy thud, like something solid hitting wood. I grabbed the flashlight and turned it on, but didn't see anything through the window. I opened the door, stepped outside, and walked around the cabin slowly. Nothing, just wind and trees. I went back inside and locked the door. I told myself it was a branch or something blown by the wind. Maybe an animal, something normal. I laid in bed for a long time after that, just staring at the ceiling, listening. The sound didn't come back that night. The next morning, I checked around the back wall. I didn't see any damage, but I noticed something strange. There were marks in the dirt like someone or something had walked along the back of the cabin. They weren't animal tracks. They looked like boot prints, big ones, heavy. The ground was soft from rain the night before, so the prints were deep. I followed them. They led from the edge of the woods, circled the back of the cabin, and then disappeared into the trees again. No vehicle tracks, no other signs. Just those single boot prints walking slowly around the cabin like someone was watching. I stayed close to the cabin that day. I didn't go hiking. I barely went outside. I kept checking the window, looking out at the trees, expecting to see someone standing there. But the woods were empty. I didn't hear anything except the usual wind and birds. Still, something felt off, like I was being watched. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the flashlight beside me, and every few minutes, I'd sit up and listen. Around 2 a.m., I heard the sound again. Another heavy thud, then another. this time from the side of the cabin, near the window. I didn't move. I just lay there, breathing slow, heart pounding. The thuds came again, this time closer together. Then they stopped. I stayed like that until morning. When the sun finally came up, I checked outside again. More boot prints. This time they were closer to the window, like someone had stood right outside it, looking in. I walked out into the woods for a few hundred feet, following the direction the prints went. But they just stopped. No sign of a campsite, no tire marks, no other footprints. Just silence. I told myself I'd leave the next day. I'd had enough. The place wasn't safe. I didn't know who was out there or what they wanted, but I didn't want to find out. That night, I stacked furniture in front of the door. I made sure all the windows were locked. I kept the fire going inside and didn't put it out. I wanted the light. I didn't sleep. I just sat in the chair with the flashlight and the knife in my lap, waiting. Around 3 a.m., I heard it. Not a thud this time, something softer. A creak. Wood moving. I held my breath. Then another sound. The faint crunch of leaves, just outside. I turned off the lamp and stayed still. I could hear footsteps now, slow, crunching the leaves and twigs outside the front door. Then they stopped. I waited, maybe a full minute, maybe 10. I don't know. Then I heard the door handle move. Not much, just a light rattle. Someone was trying to open it. I got up quietly and moved to the window. I couldn't see anything. The fire inside made too much glare on the glass. I turned away, pressed my back against the wall, and gripped the knife tighter. The door rattled again. Then silence. For a long time, nothing happened. Then I heard footsteps again, moving away this time, back into the woods. I didn't sleep at all that night. When the sun rose, I packed everything I could in 10 minutes. I didn't bother with breakfast. I shoved everything in the car and didn't even check the back of the cabin. I just drove. The tires skidded and bounced on the muddy path, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be far away. It took me nearly an hour to get back to the main road. I didn't stop until I hit the nearest town, some small place with a gas station and a diner. I sat there for 2 hours, drinking bad coffee and staring out the window. I never went back for the rest of my stuff. I never told the police. Well, I never planned to stay at the cabin for more than a week, but I ended up there for 11 days. I hadn't even wanted to go. Not really. It was my brother's place, not mine. He bought it a couple years ago with the idea of making it a hunting camp, though he never got around to using it much. He invited me to stay there because I had just quit my job and needed a break. He told me the place was quiet, private, and surrounded by thick forest. No phone signal, no internet, just a generator and a wood stove and a bunch of canned food. He had stocked it up for winter hunting but didn't plan to go that year. I thought it would be peaceful. I thought I could write, or just think, or not think. The drive took 6 hours from my town. The last hour was all dirt road, full of potholes and branches scraping the side of my car. By the time I arrived, my back hurt and my eyes felt heavy. The cabin was smaller than I pictured it, just one room with a bed in the corner, a table with 2 chairs, a counter with a small sink and an old propane stove, and a wood stove near the wall opposite the door. The bathroom was an outhouse about 30 steps into the trees. The generator was out back, along with a locked box full of gas cans. I filled the tank and pulled the cord. It rattled to life, and the cabin hummed quietly. I didn't do much the first day. I unpacked a few clothes, put them in one of the drawers, and read through the laminated list my brother left on the counter. It had rules and tips. Turn off the generator at night to save gas. Keep the food in sealed bins to keep mice out. Use bottled water for drinking, not tap. Basic stuff. I started a fire in the wood stove and opened a can of stew. I ate it straight from the can with a spoon. The air outside was cold, and inside the cabin it was already going dim. I shut off the generator, lit a lantern, and sat by the stove for a while before going to bed. The second day was when I saw the man. That morning I went for a walk. I had hiking boots and a jacket, and I wanted to see what the forest around the cabin looked like. There was no trail, just trees in every direction, but I tried to remember the landmarks. The shape of the hills, the curve of the stream about 50 yards from the cabin, and a big moss-covered rock that looked like a whale's back. I walked around for about 30 minutes, then circled back. I came around a thick stand of spruce trees and stopped. I wasn't far from the cabin, maybe 100 feet, and I saw something I didn't expect. There was a man standing at the tree line on the opposite side of the clearing, maybe 200 feet from me. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, facing the cabin. He was wearing dark clothes, maybe a brown jacket and green pants, and he had a dark beanie on his head. He wasn't holding anything. He wasn't looking at me, but at the cabin. I froze. I watched him for a good minute. He didn't move. I felt like I was stuck. Eventually, I backed into the trees and took a longer route back to the cabin, keeping low and out of sight. When I got back, I looked from the window for a long time, but the man was gone. I stayed inside the rest of the day. I kept the lantern off and only ran the generator for half an hour to boil water and heat some food. I sat in the dark by the stove most of the evening, listening for sounds. I thought about all kinds of things. Maybe he was a hunter, maybe he got lost, maybe it was just a trick of light. But I knew what I saw. The next morning, I didn't go outside. I stayed inside all day. Every hour, I looked out through a gap in the curtain. I didn't see him again. By nightfall, I was starting to feel stupid. I thought maybe I had imagined it. I ate a cold can of chili and went to sleep early. Day 4, I stepped outside again, just to get some air. It was around 11 a.m., cold and clear. I walked around the cabin a few times, scanned the trees. I didn't see anything, so I relaxed a little. I even sat on the wooden steps for a while with a cup of instant coffee. Then I walked toward the stream with a small pot to gather water for boiling. As I bent down near the stream, I saw it, a boot print. It was clear in the soft mud. It wasn't mine. The tread pattern was different. My boots had flat, smooth soles. This one had a heavy lug pattern, probably from a hiking boot. I stared at it a while, then looked around. I didn't hear anything, but I knew I hadn't walked there before. I collected the water and walked back slowly, constantly looking around. That night, I pushed the small dresser in front of the door and slept with a hatchet by my bed. I started hearing things on the 5th day. Not voices, just sounds. Twigs breaking outside. Something brushing against the wall of the cabin. A low thump on the back wall that shook the lamp on the shelf. I kept telling myself it was an animal. Maybe a bear, maybe raccoons, but it didn't feel like animals. I'd lived in the country before. I knew what animal noise sounded like. These noises were different, hesitant, deliberate. On day 6, I walked around the cabin and found something else. Near the generator, where the ground was soft, there were more boot prints. Not fresh, probably from 2 days before, but still visible. I followed them a few feet into the woods, then lost the trail. I checked the generator, still full. I opened the gas box. One of the cans was gone. I stopped using the generator completely after that. I kept everything quiet. I even stopped boiling water. I used it cold and ate from the cans. I lit one small candle at night and sat with my back to the wall, facing the door. On the 7th night, I woke up at 3:17 a.m. I remember the exact time because I looked at my watch. I had to pee badly. I didn't want to go outside, so I used the empty stew can and dumped it out the window. As I closed the window, I heard a sound that froze my blood. It was footsteps, slow, steady, crunching on dry leaves. They came from the trees behind the cabin. I stood still and didn't breathe. The footsteps stopped outside the window. I didn't move for almost an hour. Eventually, I heard them again, this time walking away. The next morning, I went out to look. I didn't see anything at first, but about 50 feet into the woods, I found something hanging from a low branch. It was my empty gas can. It had a small strip of paper taped to the side. The paper was blank. I packed my bag right then. I planned to leave. I didn't care if I had to drive 6 hours back in one go. I shoved clothes into the duffel, grabbed the keys, and stepped outside. That's when I saw the tree. One of the big trees at the edge of the clearing had deep scratch marks in the bark, about shoulder height. Next to it, dug into the dirt, was a hole. Just a hole about 6 inches wide and maybe a foot deep. I don't know why it scared me so much, but it did. It didn't look like an animal dug it. It looked like someone used a stick or a hand. There were small fingernail marks in the side. I almost ran to the car. I got in, started it, and backed out fast. But about half a mile down the dirt road, a tree was blocking the path. It hadn't been there before. It was a medium-sized pine, fresh fallen, but the cuts on the trunk weren't natural. It had been sawed. I put the car in park and got out to look. The saw marks were clean. Someone had dropped this tree recently, maybe in the last hour. I turned back. There was no cell signal and no way to get past the tree unless I had a chainsaw, which I didn't. I drove back to the cabin. I stayed 2 more days. I barely slept. I didn't eat much. I didn't hear anything those 2 days, but I kept seeing signs. Things moved, stones near the stream, sticks arranged on the path to the outhouse. Someone was out there, watching. On the 11th morning, I tried the road again. The tree was gone. I drove out, fast and tense. The entire way back, I kept checking my mirror. I didn't stop once, not even for gas. I didn't relax until I saw the town. When I got home, I took a long shower and slept for 16 hours. I told my brother everything. He didn't believe me, said I must have imagined most of it. A week later, he went to check the cabin. He called me when he got back. He said everything looked fine, except for one thing. In the clearing, near the spot where I saw the man that first time, someone had carved something into a tree. 3 words. I saw you. That was the last time I went into the woods. I rented the cabin because I couldn't concentrate back in the city. I'd been behind on work for months, and it was starting to affect everything. My sleep was a mess. My focus was gone, and I felt like I was losing control. I figured getting away might help. The idea of being out in the woods with no noise, no distractions, and no one around sounded like exactly what I needed. I found the place on a small rental site. It was one of those old wooden cabins, deep in the woods about an hour outside a small town I'd never heard of. The listing said it had solar panels and a backup generator, basic furniture, a small kitchen, a wood stove, and a desk. That's all I really needed. The pictures showed a peaceful clearing, surrounded by thick trees and tall grass. No neighbors, no noise. I booked it for 2 weeks. I drove up early in the morning, so I could get settled before dark. The last 30 minutes of the drive were on a narrow, uneven dirt road. The trees started closing in tight, and the sunlight barely got through the branches. I had to go slow because the path was covered in ruts and small rocks. It didn't help that I had no signal. Every now and then I'd stop to make sure I was still on the right track by checking the printed map I brought. When I finally saw the cabin, I felt a little relief. It looked just like the photos, small gray wood, 1 front window, and a narrow porch with a single step. The grass out front was up to my knees, which told me no one had been here for a while. But the place didn't look abandoned or falling apart, just quiet. I parked the car a few feet from the porch, grabbed my bags, and went straight inside. The door creaked a little, but it wasn't locked. Inside was cool and dark. I opened the curtains to let the light in and started getting things set up. There was a desk in the corner near the front window, just like the pictures showed. That was the spot I planned to use for writing. The kitchen was basic, just a small fridge, a sink, and a 2-burner propane stove. There was also a stack of canned food and bottled water already there. I brought my own food too, just in case. In the back was a narrow hallway with a bathroom on one side and a bedroom on the other. The bed had clean sheets, and there was a folded blanket at the foot. The silence was the first thing that really hit me. No cars, no voices, not even birds at first. Just whined through the trees. It was almost too quiet. The first few days were normal. I got up early, made coffee on the stove, sat at the desk, and tried to work. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than back home. I'd write for a few hours, then step outside and walk around the edge of the clearing to stretch my legs. I saw deer a couple of times, and once I spotted what I think was a coyote far off through the trees, but nothing ever came close. At night, I'd read a bit or just stare out the window. The generator made a low hum, but it wasn't loud. I usually turned it off around 10 to save fuel, then used a flashlight if I needed to move around. I had a big power bank for my phone and laptop, and even though I didn't have any signal, I kept things charged just in case. It was the 5th morning when something strange happened. I opened the front door like I always did to check the weather and get some air, and there was a note taped to it. Just a single sheet of white paper, held up with gray duct tape. There was only one sentence on it. "Do not walk past the tree line again." That was it. No name, no other marks. I stood there for a while just holding it. I didn't understand where it came from. I hadn't seen anyone since I got there. I parked right outside. I would have heard a car or footsteps or anything. I looked around the clearing. The tall grass moved a little in the wind. The trees looked the same as always. Nothing looked off. I walked the edge of the cabin, checked the back, even looked around the nearby trees. No tracks, no people, no sound. It didn't make sense. Still, I told myself maybe it was some old note someone left, and I hadn't noticed it earlier. Or maybe it blew in from somewhere and just stuck to the door. I knew that didn't really make sense, but I tried to believe it anyway. I crumpled up the paper and tossed it in the trash. Then I went inside and made coffee like usual. I didn't go near the tree line that day. I stayed close to the porch, worked longer than I normally did, and kept looking out the window every 15 minutes. I was trying to act normal, but my head was all over the place. That night, I locked the front door even though I hadn't been locking it before. I turned the generator off early and used just the flashlight. Couldn't sleep well. Every sound felt louder than usual. Creaks in the walls, leaves outside, a distant snap that could have been a branch or something else. In the morning, I got up before the sun was even fully out. I didn't go to the door right away. I sat at the desk and stared at my laptop without typing anything. After an hour, I finally went to the door and opened it. Another note. Same paper, same tape, same handwriting. "This is not a warning. Stay inside after dark." I didn't even step outside. I just grabbed the paper and shut the door again. That whole day, I barely got up from the desk. I kept all the curtains closed and checked the locks 3 times. I didn't see anyone, didn't hear anyone, but I felt something, that heavy feeling in your chest, like you're not alone even when you are. By evening, I had started to doubt myself. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone knew I was staying there and was just messing around. Still, I didn't leave the cabin. That night, I stayed awake in bed with my flashlight pointed at the door. I was tired but couldn't relax. I was listening for footsteps, voices, anything, but it was just the wind and the creaks. No note the next morning. The day after that, nothing either. I started to think maybe it was done. Maybe whoever it was had given up or moved on. I left the cabin briefly around noon to walk a small loop just outside the clearing, staying close. I didn't go past the tree line. Felt okay. I saw a squirrel and heard birds again. That weird silence from before wasn't there anymore. But that night, after I turned off the generator and laid in bed, I heard something new. A soft, slow tapping. Not on the door. On the window. Just 3 soft taps. Then nothing. I froze. I didn't move, didn't turn the flashlight on. I just stared at the window, even though the curtain was shut. My ears were straining for any other sound. But I didn't hear footsteps or movement. Just that one tap and then silence. After maybe 20 minutes, I sat up slowly and turned on the flashlight. I waited another 10, then got out of bed and moved toward the window. I pulled the curtain back quickly. Nothing. The next morning, I checked outside carefully. There were no footprints, but the ground was mostly dry leaves and hard soil. I walked the perimeter of the cabin again. Still no sign of anyone. Then I saw something under the edge of the porch. A small metal wire, almost hidden in the grass. I bent down and pulled it. It was connected to a nail wedged into the wood, like someone had been using it to hold something there. A tripwire, maybe? A marker? I didn't know, but it made everything feel worse. This wasn't just someone playing a joke. Someone had been close enough to the cabin to place that there. That's when I decided I needed to leave. I packed everything into my bag. I filled a duffel with my food, laptop, power bank, and everything else I brought. Took less than an hour. I locked the cabin out of habit, then went straight to the car. That's when I saw it. All 4 tires were slashed. Not flat, slashed. Deep, long cuts. All the air was gone. I was stuck. I stood there staring at them, trying to stay calm. I was miles from town. No signal. No neighbors. The only option was to walk. But I waited until morning. I wasn't going into those woods at night. That night, I barely slept. I kept the flashlight on the whole time, and the generator running even though I didn't want to waste fuel. Nothing happened. No sounds. No notes. No taps. At first light, I took my bag and left on foot. I knew the road would eventually lead back to the highway, but it would take hours. Maybe all day. I stayed on the dirt road and moved fast. I didn't stop to rest. I kept turning around every few minutes to check behind me. After what felt like forever, I finally reached a spot where I had 1 bar of service. I called the police first, then a tow truck. When the officer arrived, I told him everything. I showed him the pictures I took of the notes, the tires, even the wire under the porch. He didn't say much. He just wrote it all down. They never found who did it. No fingerprints on the notes. No cameras nearby. Nothing taken from the cabin. Just warnings, silence, and someone watching from the woods. I never went back to pick up my things. I stopped writing for a while. I couldn't concentrate. Even now, I still check my locks 3 times every night. And sometimes, when I see trees in the distance, I swear I feel someone watching from just past the tree line. I'd been putting off my design portfolio for months, and it was starting to mess with my chances of getting picked up by an agency. I had left my job in January, thinking I'd get a few freelance projects and then build something better for myself. But months passed and I kept pushing it off, wasting time online, going out with friends, doing anything other than what I should have been doing. I had too many distractions. I knew that, so I decided to just leave for a while. No phone, no internet, no excuses, just me, my laptop, and the work. I searched online for remote cabins with no Wi-Fi and no cell service. I found one listed on a small rental site. It was deep in the northern part of the state, about a 4-hour drive from where I lived. There was one photo of the outside of the cabin, small, wooden, surrounded by trees. The description said it had solar power, a small kitchenette, and a well with a hand pump. No TV, no internet. It was exactly what I wanted. I booked it for 4 weeks. I packed simple. Food for a month, some bottled water just in case the pump didn't work, a sleeping bag, warm clothes, and my laptop with a battery bank. I had a solar charger for that too. I left early on a Monday morning. The drive was easy until the last hour. Once I turned off the main highway, the roads turned to gravel and then dirt. I followed the directions the owner had emailed me, turning past landmarks like the crooked pine and a rusted red gate. Eventually, I reached the place. The cabin was small, just like in the photo. It sat in a clearing surrounded by thick woods. The air was clean and quiet. There were no other houses in sight, not even distant power lines. Felt like I was completely alone. I liked that feeling. The silence was different than the city silence. It had depth to it. It made your ears stretch out to fill the gaps. I unlocked the front door with the key I found in a small tin under the mat, just like the owner had said. Inside was simple. 1 room, a small bed frame with a mattress rolled up in plastic, a table, a couple of chairs, and a narrow kitchenette with a propane stove. The hand pump well was about 15 feet from the front porch. It worked, though the water came out slow and tasted a little like iron. The first couple of days went exactly how I wanted. I spent the mornings walking in the woods and the rest of the day working. I turned off my phone and stuck it in my bag. No reception anyway. I made simple meals, beans, rice, canned vegetables, and read before bed. I hadn't felt that focused in a long time. I wasn't distracted, and I could think. It felt like I was getting back to who I was before I let everything pile up. But then, on the 3rd day, something strange happened. I was sitting at the table, working on one of the redesigns for a travel agency homepage. It was around 10 a.m. I remember because the sunlight had shifted enough that it came in through the east-facing window beside the table. I looked up for a moment to rest my eyes, and that's when I saw him. There was a man standing just outside the tree line, maybe 40 feet from the cabin. He wasn't moving, just standing there, half-shadowed, looking in my direction. I froze. Took me a moment to even process it. At first, I thought maybe he was a ranger or a hunter, maybe someone passing through, but he wasn't wearing anything like that. He had dark clothes on, a black or navy jacket, jeans, boots. No bright colors, no camo. I stood up slowly and stepped closer to the window. He didn't move. He just stared. After a minute or two, I opened the door and stepped outside. But as soon as I moved, he turned and walked back into the woods. Not fast, just calm, like he wasn't in a hurry. I waited on the porch for a while, listening, but I didn't hear anything. No twigs snapping, no footsteps, nothing. After about 10 minutes, I went back inside. I didn't get much work done that day. My mind kept going back to him. Who was he? What was he doing out here? I hadn't seen another car or building for miles. Was he camping nearby? Was he just hiking? But why would he stop and stare at the cabin like that? I checked the door before bed that night, locked it, closed all the windows. I left the lamp on longer than usual. I told myself it was probably nothing, just someone who didn't expect to see another person way out here, but something felt off. The next day, I tried to shake it off and get back to work. I went for my morning walk, but I stayed closer to the cabin this time. When I got back, I made some eggs on the propane stove and sat down at the table again. I worked for a few hours. Then, around the same time as the day before, I looked up. He was there again. Same place, same distance, same way of standing, just outside the trees staring, not moving. I didn't go outside this time. I just sat still and watched him. After maybe a minute, he turned and walked back into the woods, just like before. I got up, went to the window, and stared at the spot where he had been. Nothing moved. The woods looked still, normal, undisturbed. That night, I barely slept. I kept listening for footsteps or knocks or something, but the night stayed silent, which somehow made it worse. At least noise would have let me know where he was. Silence meant I had no idea. The next morning, I filled a small bag with food, water, and a flashlight, and I decided to hike in the direction I had seen him walk. I figured maybe I'd find a trail or a campsite or even a vehicle. I stayed out for 3 hours, marking trees with a small knife so I could find my way back. But I didn't find anything, no trash, no fire pits, no boot prints, nothing. But at 10:30 a.m., I looked back toward the cabin through the trees, and I saw him again, standing where he always stood, facing the cabin. I was behind him this time. I dropped to the ground and watched. He didn't move. He didn't look around. He didn't turn. After a minute, he turned and walked the other way into the woods, away from me. His movements were slow and even. It didn't feel like someone out for a walk. It felt like someone performing a routine. I waited until I couldn't see him anymore. Then I stood up and went back to the cabin. The rest of the day I sat inside, tense. I didn't go outside except to use the toilet bucket I kept behind the cabin, and I waited until dusk to even do that. This routine continued. Every day, around 10 a.m., he appeared. Every day he stood still for about a minute, stared, and left. Always the same direction, always the same way. On the 7th day, I tried something different. I waited near the tree line, behind a tree, before 10 a.m. I was hoping to see him arrive or figure out where he came from. I held my breath when I saw him approach. He walked slowly, stepped out of the trees, and stood at his usual spot. He never looked side to side, never noticed me. I stood less than 20 feet from him, but he just stared at the cabin, like he was watching to see if something happened. After a minute, he turned and walked back the way he came. When he was out of sight, I stepped back inside, locked the door, and sat on the floor for a long time. I didn't know what to do. I had no phone service, no way to call for help. I could leave, sure, drive back to town and explain it to someone. But what would I even say? A man stands near my cabin every morning and stares at me? That doesn't sound like an emergency. And he hadn't done anything yet. No threats, no damage, just standing. But that somehow made it worse. It was like he wanted me to be afraid. 2 days later, I woke up to something different. It was early, maybe 5 a.m. The sky was still dark blue. I opened my eyes because I felt something. Not heard. Felt. Presence. I sat up slowly and looked toward the window. He was there. Not at the tree line. He was right outside the window. I froze. I didn't move. I didn't blink. His face wasn't fully visible. Just the shadow of it, the outline of his head. But I could tell he was watching me sleep. I stayed like that for what felt like an hour, but it was probably just a few minutes. Then he turned and disappeared into the dark. I packed that morning. I stuffed everything into my bag and carried it to the car in one trip. I didn't even eat. I just left. I drove fast, too fast, back down the dirt road and all the way to the highway. I kept checking the mirror. Every car behind me felt like it might be him. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 2 hours later, where I finally got cell service. I didn't report anything. I didn't know what to report. I never found out who he was. I checked the rental site later and saw that the cabin was no longer listed. I tried emailing the owner, but the message bounced. No response. The whole listing vanished like it had never existed. For weeks after, I couldn't sleep properly. I'd wake up in the dark and look toward the window, expecting to see him standing there, just watching, not moving, just watching, but I never did. I haven't gone back to the woods since. I don't think I ever will. And now, when I think about that man, I don't think he was lost or confused or curious. I think he had done it before, and I think if I'd stayed just a little longer, he might have done more than just watch. I went up to the cabin at the start of October. The days were still warm enough, but the nights were getting colder. I had taken time off work, 2 full weeks, just to disconnect. The cabin belonged to my uncle who had passed away a few years earlier, and after some back and forth with the rest of the family, it ended up in my name. No one else wanted it. It was too far out, too quiet, too disconnected. No electricity, no plumbing, no cell service. Just a narrow dirt road that curved up into the mountains and led to a small clearing with a log cabin built by hand sometime in the 1970s. I had been there before, mostly when I was younger. The place didn't scare me. In fact, I liked the quiet. I needed it. The noise of the city, of work, of everything had been too much for too long. I brought everything I thought I'd need. Non-perishable food, bottled water, a solar lantern, batteries, a camp stove, a sleeping bag, and even a small portable radio. I had backup clothes, boots, a hunting knife, and a flare gun just in case. The plan was to live simply for 2 weeks, do some reading, maybe write in my journal, cook simple food, go for hikes, and reset my mind. The cabin itself was small, just one room with a wood stove, a small table, a chair, a cot, and some cabinets for storage. There was a lean-to around the back with firewood and an old axe, and maybe 50 yards out into the trees, there was a wooden outhouse. Everything was surrounded by thick pine forest. The place was about 12 miles from the nearest paved road, and even then, it was another 30-minute drive to reach any kind of town. I spent the first few days doing exactly what I'd planned, resting. I slept better than I had in years. I woke up with the sun, ate breakfast, read for hours, went for long walks into the woods, came back to the cabin to make dinner, then sat by the fire until I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. Time slowed down, and that was exactly what I wanted. But everything changed on the 5th night. That evening had started like all the others. I had gone for a hike earlier in the day, nothing too far, just a few miles out and back along an old logging trail that curved around the northern slope of the mountain. I came back before sunset, boiled some rice, opened a can of beans, and ate quietly while listening to the static-filled radio. I tried to catch a weather report, but only managed to pick up a faint country music station that faded in and out. By the time it got dark, the wind picked up a little. It wasn't strong, but I could hear it moving through the trees. It made that low, distant whistling sound that only big forests make. I remember sitting near the wood stove, flipping through an old magazine, when I thought I heard something outside. I stopped flipping and sat still, listening. It sounded like a branch breaking, just once. Not a big crack, but enough to stand out against the rustling of the wind. I waited, holding my breath, I told myself it was probably a deer moving through the woods. They came close sometimes, even during the day. I'd seen one near the outhouse just 2 days before. I didn't hear anything else for a while, so I went back to reading. About an hour later, just before I got into the sleeping bag, I went outside to use the outhouse. I brought the lantern with me, holding it out in front as I stepped off the cabin porch. It lit the trail ahead well enough. The air had turned cold and damp. I could see my breath. I walked the same path I always did, carefully, watching the ground and the shadows. I had only taken a few steps when I felt something strange, a feeling more than anything else. That sensation you get when someone is watching you. I stopped and slowly turned in a full circle, raising the lantern higher to see into the trees. There was nothing, just black shapes of trunks and branches. I waited a few seconds longer, then kept going. The woods were always full of sounds. Most of them meant nothing. I did what I needed to do and headed back, walking faster than before, not running, but aware of how alone I was. When I got inside, I bolted the cabin door and fed the stove with one last log. I checked the windows. They were all locked. I climbed into the sleeping bag and closed my eyes. I didn't sleep well that night. It wasn't any one thing. It was more like I kept drifting in and out. I'd sleep for an hour, then wake up, listen, then fall back asleep. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to complete silence. No wind, no sounds at all. I sat up and looked around. The fire in the stove had burned down to a faint red glow, just enough to light the inside of the cabin. That was when I heard it, a soft sound, like snow falling on a roof but more distinct. It came from the back of the cabin, near the wall with the firewood lean-to. A light scraping sound, not metal on metal but something dragging or shifting. Then I heard what sounded like a footstep, just one, in the dirt or leaves right behind the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just sat there and listened, staring at the far wall. Another step, closer, then nothing. I stayed awake until sunrise. In the morning, I went outside and walked around the back of the cabin. The ground was a little soft from rain the day before, and I could see faint impressions in the dirt. They weren't animal tracks. They were from boots. Human, not deep, but clear enough. A few prints near the firewood lean-to, then they disappeared into the woods. I told myself it could have been from before I arrived, maybe from when I'd stacked the wood. But I had worn hiking boots with a very specific tread pattern, and these didn't match. These were flat-soled, like work boots, and they looked fresh. The leaves around the edges were still curled up, like they had just been stepped on. I didn't feel safe after that. The rest of the day I stayed close to the cabin. I kept the hunting knife on me at all times. I even loaded the flare gun just in case. I checked the lock on the cabin door and made sure the windows were secure. I listened more carefully to every sound. Every snap of a twig or rustle in the brush made my skin crawl. That night I didn't sleep. I sat by the stove with the lantern on low and waited. I didn't want to be caught off guard. Around 2:30 in the morning, I saw movement outside the front window. The curtain was thin, and I had left the lantern dim. Just enough light leaked out to cast a faint glow on the porch. I was staring at the window when I saw a shadow move across it. Not fast, slow, like someone was walking from left to right, just beyond the edge of the porch. I froze. My skin felt like ice. I waited for the shadow to come back, but it didn't. I didn't go outside. I didn't open the door. I didn't move. I sat there until the light outside turned gray and I could hear birds again. When morning came, I stepped outside. My hands were shaking. I walked the perimeter of the cabin again and saw something that made my stomach drop. There were boot prints again. This time they were on the porch, right up to the door, and they weren't mine. I don't know how long I stood there staring at them. My mind was racing. Someone had walked right up to the cabin during the night, right up to the door, and I hadn't heard it. Or maybe I had and ignored it. Either way, they had been that close. I decided then and there I needed to leave. I went back inside, started packing my things into the backpack, and made a mental checklist of everything I had to bring. The problem was that the only road out was the same dirt road I had come in on, and it took almost an hour to drive down. I had to be careful. If someone was out there watching me, they could be waiting along the road or following me. I loaded the pack and carried it outside. I was just about to take the keys out of the storage box under the porch when I noticed something else. Something that hadn't been there the day before. A pile of small rocks stacked next to the front step. Not big rocks, small, flat stones. Maybe 6 or 7 of them, stacked in a little tower. It wasn't there before. I would have noticed. Someone had built it. That was it. I grabbed the keys, unlocked the truck, and threw my gear in the back. I didn't care about anything else. I just wanted to leave. The truck wouldn't start. I tried 3 times. Nothing. Just a clicking sound. The battery wasn't dead, but something was wrong. I popped the hood and checked everything I could. Nothing looked out of place, but I'm not a mechanic. I tried again. Same result. Panic set in. I was stuck. I went back inside and sat down. My heart was pounding. I had no signal, no radio reception, and the nearest people were miles away. I had a decision to make. Either stay at the cabin and hope things didn't get worse, or leave on foot and try to hike out to the road. I decided to wait one more night. That night was the worst of all. Just after midnight, I heard footsteps again. This time, they circled the cabin. Slow, deliberate steps on the dry leaves. Then I heard something tapping on the back wall. Not knocking, just a light tapping sound, like someone running a stick along the wooden boards. Then it stopped. A few minutes later, I heard a different sound, something sliding. I got up slowly, walked to the window, and pulled the curtain just an inch to see outside. There was a man standing at the edge of the trees. I had been looking forward to a quiet break away from everything. Work had been choking me for months. My phone never stopped buzzing, and I had begun waking up in the middle of the night with tightness in my chest. I wasn't sick. I just couldn't breathe anymore under the weight of everything piling up. So I made a decision one morning, unplanned. I told my boss I needed a week. No laptop, no email, no calls. I packed a week's worth of food, filled the tank, and drove 6 hours north to a cabin I had found through a listing posted 2 years ago on a hiking forum. It wasn't a vacation home. It was an old logger's cabin. No electricity, no plumbing, no roads. You had to drive to a logging trail, hike a narrow path for about 30 minutes through the trees, and then cross a shallow creek to reach it. But it had what I wanted: complete isolation. No internet, no people. I just needed to sit still for a while. Needed to sleep, read, write in my notebook, maybe fish a little in the nearby lake. The first day was normal. The cabin was smaller than I remembered. Just a single room, a tiny loft above it with a cot, and a fireplace that took up most of the back wall. There was a table, a small bench, and a couple of chairs with one leg each a little shorter than the others. I had to shim one with a folded wrapper. The smell of the place hadn't changed. It was a mix of old wood, moss, and a faint burnt smell, like someone had left smoke inside the walls for years. I unpacked everything, put my dry food in a sealed box I brought along, laid my sleeping bag on the cot upstairs, and swept the floor to clear out the layer of pine needles and dust that had collected since the last time someone stayed there. Outside the cabin was just thick, silent woods. No sounds of traffic, no people, just trees and insects and the sound of the breeze scraping across pine branches. I remember just standing on the porch and listening to nothing for 10 straight minutes. I thought I'd finally found the exact kind of silence I needed. That first night, I slept harder than I had in months. No dreams, no noises woke me, but something did feel off the next morning when I stepped outside. There were boot prints in the mud about 10 yards out from the front steps. Not mine. Mine were smaller, more narrow from the hiking shoes I wore. These were wide, with a deep tread like work boots. Fresh, too, still wet around the edges. I walked out and followed them for about 20 feet before they faded into the grass and pine needles. They had come from the direction of the logging road, not from the creek. I stood there for a long time, hands on my hips, listening. Nothing. I figured maybe someone had wandered up from the logging road in the night and left. Or maybe some hunter was just passing through. Not illegal, just weird. I told myself the cabin wasn't mine, not really. No locks, no fences. just a forgotten place in the woods. People could walk through if they wanted. Still, I started shutting the cabin door fully during the day after that. I slid the bolt shut from the inside when I went to sleep, even though I didn't do that the first night. On day 3, I decided to walk the creek trail upstream just to get a feel for where it came from. I spent most of the morning wandering maybe a mile up along the water. The woods there were thicker, older. The trail became faint the further I went, and at one point I lost it altogether and had to double back. I found something strange on the return. A piece of blue tarp tied between 2 trees about shoulder height, maybe 30 feet off the trail. I saw it through the trees just barely. A flash of color in a place where nothing should have been blue. When I pushed through the brush to reach it, I found a small makeshift shelter underneath. Someone had built a kind of lean-to with branches, and that tarp stretched across the top to keep rain out. Inside were a few beer cans, an old hunting magazine, and a torn sleeping bag. It didn't look recent, but not ancient either. Maybe someone had been using it last year, maybe longer ago. Either way, I didn't like it. The woods around the shelter felt off. I don't know how to explain it. The air was still almost stale, like it hadn't moved in hours. I left quickly, not bothering to look too closely at what else might be in the camp. I went back to the cabin and wrote in my notebook that night, just simple things. I told myself not to worry. I had brought food, I had water, and I had no reason to leave the area. The next morning, I found another set of boot prints. These were closer to the cabin now, coming around from the back and stopping just beside the firewood stack. Again, they weren't mine. Same tread pattern, same wide shape. And the thing that got me, the firewood stack had been disturbed. The top few pieces were scattered across the dirt, like someone had dug through them and left without picking anything up. I didn't hear anything the night before. No branches snapping, no creaking floorboards, nothing. That's when the anxiety really started to build. The whole reason I came out here was to get away from everything. But the prints, the shelter, none of it felt like something you could escape from. It followed me into the trees. I started wondering if I had been seen before I ever noticed anyone. That evening, I went to the creek and sat with my feet in the water, just staring at the reflection of the trees. The sun was low. I looked behind me more than I looked at the water. I ate a cold can of beans for dinner and didn't light the fire in the fireplace. Didn't want the smoke drawing attention. I slept with a small knife tucked in my sleeping bag next to me. The next day, I woke up with the feeling that someone had been near me again. I checked around the cabin, and this time I noticed scratches on one of the wooden posts near the back wall. At first I thought it was from an animal, maybe a raccoon or a bear, but the scratches were too low to the ground. Straight, deep, almost like someone had dragged a knife across the surface slowly and deliberately. They weren't random marks. They were parallel. There were 5 of them. I ran my hand across the grooves and felt a chill. Not from the cold, but from the knowledge that whoever left those marks had stood there for a while. Close, watching, doing something they didn't need to do. That evening I took a longer walk. I went down the logging trail instead of toward the creek. I wanted to see if there were any signs of someone camping nearby. I walked for maybe 2 miles, but the trail just stretched on endlessly. Trees to either side. No tire marks. No other cabins. I turned around and made it back to the cabin before dark. But that night, just before I went up into the loft, I thought I heard a noise outside. Not an animal. A soft, steady sound, like breathing. I froze. I stood by the doorway and didn't move. The sound went on for maybe 20 seconds and then stopped. I didn't look through the window. I didn't want to see anything standing there. In the morning, I went outside and saw the boot prints again, this time circling the cabin fully. Complete loop. Someone had walked around the entire structure, and at one point had stood by the front steps, directly in front of the door. I felt something heavy in my stomach, like a block of stone sitting just beneath my ribs. I packed some of my gear. Not all, but enough to carry. I decided I would leave in the morning if I saw anything else that night. That night, I barely slept. I lay still in the loft, knife in hand, my eyes wide open in the dark. At around 3 a.m., I heard the crunch of leaves. Soft, careful, not an animal. Someone walking. The footsteps came up to the porch. Then silence. Then I heard the wood of the steps creak. Then another creak. They were on the porch. I didn't move. I just stayed frozen in the dark, heart beating so loud I thought it would shake the floor. I couldn't see anything. There were no windows from the loft, and I couldn't risk peeking down. Minutes passed. 10, 20. No more sounds. I eventually drifted in and out of a shallow, fitful sleep with the knife still in my hand. When I came down the ladder at dawn, I opened the door slowly and saw something new on the ground. A torn page from my notebook. I hadn't brought the notebook outside. I picked it up and looked at it. One sentence was written on it in large, thick pen strokes. I see you. The notebook had been in my pack. Inside the cabin. Someone had come in. I grabbed my things. All of them. No breakfast. No hesitation. I crossed the creek and didn't look back. I hiked all the way down to the logging road and walked for miles until I reached the small lot where I had parked my car beneath some trees. When I got to the car, I saw something that made me feel like I had swallowed glass. There was a set of muddy boot prints on the hood. One set, straight, clean, just like the others. I don't know who it was. I don't know what they wanted. They never spoke, never showed their face, but they were there, watching me the whole time, coming up to the cabin at night, walking around while I slept, getting inside. I never reported it. Couldn't. What would I even say? That someone walked around in the woods near an abandoned cabin? That they left boot prints? No one would take it seriously, and part of me didn't want to ever talk about it again. Not out loud. I still think about it at night sometimes, especially when I hear a sound outside my apartment window or when I wake up with the sense that someone's been near me. That kind of fear doesn't go away. You don't forget. I got to the cabin on a Wednesday afternoon in late October. I picked that time on purpose because most people don't take trips in the middle of the week, and I wanted the whole place quiet. I had rented the cabin online, a simple one-bedroom place deep in the woods of northern Michigan, surrounded by tall pines and far from any real town. The ad said it was perfect for people who wanted to disconnect, which was exactly what I was looking for. I had been working long hours back-to-back for the last few months and was exhausted in a way that sleep alone didn't fix anymore. I needed silence. I needed to not look at screens. I needed no one around. The drive was long, a little over 5 hours from home, and most of it was through flat countryside and then 2-lane forest roads that got more cracked and narrow the farther I went. The last mile was gravel and had that loose crunch under the tires that made me roll down the window just to listen to it. That kind of sound always made me feel far from the rest of the world, which I liked. But when I turned the corner and the cabin came into view, the first thing I saw wasn't the wood porch or the smokeless chimney. It was a car, a silver sedan, a little dirty, parked right in the middle of the gravel driveway in front of the cabin. I came to a slow stop behind it and just sat there for a second. I thought maybe someone had made a mistake with the rental. Maybe the cleaning crew hadn't left yet. Maybe it was the owner checking in on something. The thing was, it didn't look like it had just arrived. The windows were rolled up, and I couldn't see any movement inside. There were streaks of dirt up the side like it had been driven on muddy back roads and left out in the rain, and the tires looked slightly sunk into the gravel like it had been sitting for at least a day or two. I stayed in my car for a few minutes with the engine running, watching it. I didn't like the feeling it gave me, that strange mixture of something being just slightly wrong and completely out of place. It wasn't terrifying right away, just off. I got out slowly, stretched my legs, and walked around the car. It was locked. No stickers, no license plate frame from a dealership, no college decals, just a plain silver four-door with tinted windows and Michigan plates. The back seat had a jacket lying across it, and a paper coffee cup was wedged between the front seats, but otherwise it looked clean and empty. I tried the door again, then knocked once, lightly, then harder. Nothing. I walked up the 3 steps to the porch and tested the cabin door. Unlocked. I stood still for a moment, hand on the doorknob, just listening. I didn't hear anything inside. No footsteps, no talking, no TV, no shuffling, nothing. I pushed the door open slowly and stepped in. The inside was just like the listing photos, small, wooden, plain. A couch, a little kitchen, one hallway with a bathroom and a bedroom. No signs that anyone was inside. The bed was made, the dishes were clean and dry on the rack. The trash bin under the sink was empty and lined with a fresh bag. The place smelled faintly like pine and old air, the kind of scent that only builds up in a sealed wooden building after a few weeks of sitting untouched. I walked through the whole place, opening every closet, checking under the bed, even peeking behind the shower curtain. It felt ridiculous while I was doing it, but I couldn't shake that weird feeling. No one was there. It was completely empty. So I unpacked slowly, locking the door behind me, and set my phone in airplane mode like I'd planned. I didn't even bring a laptop. I made a sandwich, sat on the porch to eat it, and tried to just let the quiet sink in. But I kept looking back at that car. It felt like an intruder, like it was staring at me somehow. After a couple of hours, I took a long stick from the woods and used it to wedge a folded tarp across the front porch rail, blocking the view of the driveway. That helped a little. Not much, but a little. The first night was quiet. I read a book, made some tea, and slept okay. I kept the bedroom door cracked open and the hallway light on. I don't usually do that, but the dark in this place felt different, heavier somehow. In the morning, I woke up early and went out for a walk through the woods. The air was cold, the ground damp with fallen leaves. I kept to a path behind the cabin that wound around a small lake. When I got back about an hour later, I saw that something had changed. The passenger door of the silver car was open. I stopped walking. My heartbeat kicked up a little. I looked at the car and then scanned the area around it. Slowly. Nothing moved. No footsteps in the gravel. No rustling from behind the trees. I walked in a wide arc, staying in the grass, and approached from the far side. The passenger door was open all the way. The seat was empty. That jacket was still crumpled in the back seat like before. Nothing looked disturbed. I stood there a long time, just staring into it, before I reached out and shut the door. It closed with a soft click, and I turned and walked back inside the cabin, locking the door again. That afternoon, I sat on the porch for hours, trying to write in my journal, but I kept looking back at that car. At one point, I stood up and walked to the edge of the woods, pretending to look at mushrooms or sticks, just so I could scan the tree line without being too obvious. I didn't see anything, but the whole time I felt like someone was out there, not watching from one single place, but moving, quiet, keeping distance. That night, I put a chair under the doorknob. I know how stupid that sounds. It was a solid wood door, and the lock worked, but I just needed the extra barrier. I also dragged a kitchen chair in front of the back door too, even though that one had a deadbolt. I slept poorly, tossing and turning, waking up every hour or two to listen. At 3:12 a.m. exactly, I woke up in a cold sweat and just laid still for almost 10 minutes. I thought I had heard something move outside the window, like the sound of shoes in wet leaves, but nothing happened. The next morning, the car was gone. I stared at the empty driveway for 5 full minutes before I even stepped outside. There were no tire tracks, no sound, just an empty patch of gravel. It wasn't relief I felt, it was something more like dread. Whoever had been here had come back for their car. I had never seen or heard them, and now they were gone. Or maybe not. Maybe they were just deeper in the woods. That morning, I walked the trail behind the cabin again, looking for any signs of footprints, trash, anything. I found nothing, but the farther I went, the more I felt watched. It wasn't imagination. It was too strong for that. It was like I was being tracked. I decided to leave that day. I packed fast, faster than I ever had before, stuffing everything back into my bag in less than 10 minutes. But when I got to my car and turned the key, nothing happened. It didn't even try to turn over. It was just dead. I tried again, then again. Nothing. I popped the hood and checked the battery. The cables were there. Nothing looked loose. But then I saw it. Someone had cut the cable. Clean. The wire had been snipped near the terminal, and the cut was too straight to be a break or corrosion. It had been done on purpose. I stood there, staring at it, breathing hard, my mind trying to catch up. That's when I heard it. A branch cracked deep in the woods to my right. I didn't move. I just turned my head slowly. Nothing was there, but the sound had been close. not an animal. Too heavy, too deliberate. I backed toward the cabin. I didn't run. I didn't want to trigger anything. I went inside, locked the door, slid the chair back under the knob, and just stood there in the middle of the room. I stayed in the cabin the rest of the day. No electricity, no running engine, no way to call anyone. I turned my phone back on, but there was no signal. I kept checking every 20 minutes, walking to the edge of the woods, holding it up, nothing. That night, just after sunset, I heard the front porch creak. I froze. I had turned off every light. I was sitting on the floor in the corner, trying to stay out of view from the windows. I heard it again. A slow, soft creak, like someone had put their full weight on one step. Then silence. Long silence. I sat there with my back against the wall until my legs went numb. At some point, my eyes drifted closed for a few minutes at a time. I jerked awake around 4 a.m., heart racing, and listened. Still nothing. In the morning, I stepped out onto the porch, inch by inch. There, on the top step, was a cigarette butt, still fresh, still with a bit of red at the end. Someone had been standing right there, smoking, watching the cabin. That's when I knew I wasn't just being paranoid. Someone had been waiting, moving around at night, watching me sleep, cutting cables, opening car doors. They wanted me scared. They wanted me trapped. I didn't eat that day. I boiled some water from the faucet just in case and filled 2 bottles. Around noon, I packed a bag with what I could carry. Food bars, water, flashlight, the little folding knife I kept in my glove box. Then I left the cabin. I locked the door behind me out of habit, even though it didn't matter anymore. I walked fast and steady down the gravel road, heading toward the main highway 5 miles away. I stayed off the center path, keeping to the woods alongside the road, crouched low and listening constantly. Twice I heard movement, branches breaking. I took a week off from work in the middle of October. I've been feeling burned out, the kind where even your coffee tastes like cardboard and your sleep feels like blinking. I didn't want to go to a beach or some resort filled with loud people and bad music. I just wanted silence. I wanted to be away from traffic, phones, people, everything. A friend of mine knew a guy who had a private cabin in the woods, somewhere near the edge of Washington state, close to the Canadian border. The guy wasn't using it anymore. He'd moved out years ago and never got around to selling it. It didn't even have a mailbox. No Wi-Fi, no TV, just an old wooden house by a lake and a propane tank outside. I didn't care. In fact, that made it even better. I packed some dry food, a flashlight, a few warm clothes, and a sleeping bag. I brought a cooler full of water bottles and some canned food, beans, tuna, ravioli, things that wouldn't go bad in case I stayed longer than planned. I had a folding knife, a steel thermos, a hatchet, and a first aid kit. I wanted to be smart about it. I wasn't going there to act like a survivalist or anything, but I didn't want to get stuck if something went wrong. I arrived around noon on a Tuesday. The drive was long, and for the last 40 minutes, the road turned into a narrow trail with gravel popping under my tires. My small SUV barely made it. I had to stop twice to move broken branches. It felt like nobody had used the path in years. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked just like I imagined. Old, quiet, a bit sun-faded. It had a pitched roof with patches of rust on the metal edges and 2 small windows facing the lake. There was a wooden porch with steps that creaked when I stepped on them. The air smelled like pine and wet earth. Everything was still. There was no lock on the door, just a metal latch. Inside, the place was dusty but not broken down. The floorboards groaned a little, but the roof looked fine. There was a wood stove in the corner with a small pile of chopped logs next to it, a table with 2 chairs, and a narrow bed pushed against the back wall. A stack of old magazines sat on a shelf, all from the early 2000s. No sign of mice or bugs, which surprised me. I swept the floor with a worn-out broom and wiped the window with a rag I found under the sink. Behind the cabin, 100 feet away through some trees, there was a shed. It looked like it hadn't been opened in years. Its roof sagged in the middle, and the sides were streaked with mold. There was a padlock on the door. I noticed it as I was walking around the cabin to get a feel for the place. Something about it felt odd, like it didn't belong. The cabin felt lived in, even if it was old. The shed felt like it had been forgotten for good reason. I didn't think too much about it at first. I set up my sleeping bag on the bed and boiled some water on a camping stove I brought. I made instant coffee and sat on the porch, looking out at the water. The lake was small and dark, almost perfectly still. No boats, no ducks, no signs of people anywhere. Just trees and water and sky. I stayed outside until the sun dipped below the trees and the cold started to bite. I went back in, lit a candle, and read an old magazine until I got too tired to keep my eyes open. That first night was quiet, but I barely slept. Every sound seemed louder. I'd hear a snap outside and imagine someone walking just past the window. The wind scraped against the side of the cabin and made the roof creak in slow groans. I kept telling myself it was normal. Trees moved, wood bent, but my brain didn't want to calm down. I kept sitting up, listening hard, trying to hear something real. The next morning, I found something weird. Near the edge of the trees behind the cabin, there were footprints, barefoot. They were small, almost childlike, and they led from the shed to the edge of the woods and back again. I crouched down to look closely. The soil was damp, so the shape was clear, heels, toes, even the curve of the arch. The prints were deep, not old and faint. These were made recently, maybe even during the night. I checked the lock on the shed. It was still in place. I pulled at the door, but it didn't budge. I walked around it, looking for another entrance, but there was none. No windows either. I went back to the cabin and sat on the porch again, holding my coffee with both hands, watching the tree line. I stayed inside that second night. I locked the door and moved a chair under the knob just in case. I didn't hear anything strange, but I kept waking up anyway. My sleep was shallow and full of flickers. Images of that shed, of small feet in the dirt, of the trees moving even though there was no wind. On the third day, I walked deeper into the woods, trying to distract myself. I followed a narrow animal trail that curved around the lake and kept going uphill. I walked for about 2 hours before turning back. The forest out there was thick and quiet. No sounds except the crunch of leaves and the occasional bird. When I got back to the cabin, I saw something that made my heart slow down with dread. The shed door was open. The padlock was still hanging from the latch, but the door was wide open like someone had swung it out and left it there. I didn't go straight to it. I stopped at the cabin and watched it from the window. The shadows inside were dark, even though the sun was still out. I couldn't see anything. I waited until evening, thinking maybe some animal had forced it open. But how? The lock was intact. No scratches, no claw marks. I finally went to the shed just before sundown. My legs felt weak, like my body knew something before my brain did. The door swung slightly in the breeze, creaking softly. Inside, it smelled like wet wood and rust. The floor was dirt, packed down but uneven. In the center of the shed, there was a pit. It wasn't big, maybe 5 feet across, round, with smooth edges like it had been dug carefully. It was about 6 feet deep, filled with rotting leaves and muddy water. On one side of the pit, a rope ladder hung down. The end of it disappeared into the water. Beside the pit, there was a wooden crate with a few items inside. An old shirt, a broken lantern, and what looked like a child's shoe, covered in mud. I picked it up, turned it over. It was worn down, the sole peeling off. The size and shape matched the footprints I saw earlier. I backed out slowly, pulling the shed door shut behind me. I slid the lock back into place, even though part of me knew it wouldn't matter. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair with my flashlight and a hatchet, staring at the door. I heard nothing, but I could feel something. Presence. Not a ghost, not some spirit. Just something real, someone watching, maybe waiting. On the fourth day, I made up my mind to leave. I packed everything back into my SUV. I didn't eat breakfast. I didn't even wash my face. I just loaded my things, checked the fuel, and started down the trail as fast as the road would let me. But 2 miles in, I saw something that stopped me cold. A tree had fallen across the path. It looked fresh, green branches, thick trunk, not rotted. It hadn't been there 4 days ago. It was too big for me to move alone. I got out and checked both sides, thinking maybe I could drive around it, but the forest was too thick. My only choice was to wait and walk. I went back to the cabin, not because I wanted to, but because I had no choice. I had enough food for another day or two. I figured I'd rest, then try walking to the main road in the morning. It was about 10 miles. Doable. That night, something changed. I don't know how else to put it. The feeling went from bad to worse. I didn't hear anything outside. No footsteps, no breathing, nothing. But I could feel it in my stomach, a kind of sickness that didn't come from food or nerves. My flashlight flickered, even with fresh batteries. My watch stopped at 11:46 p.m. and wouldn't move. My hands shook. I sat by the door again, holding the hatchet. Every 5 minutes, I checked the window. I kept telling myself I was just afraid, just tired, but I couldn't shake the feeling. At some point in the night, I must have blacked out. I woke up in the morning with my head leaning against the wall, hatchet still in my hand. The door was still locked. Everything looked the same except one thing. There were muddy footprints inside the cabin. They started near the window and led in a small trail toward the bed. I followed them slowly, crouching down to see the detail. Same shape as before. Small, barefoot, human. They stopped right next to where I had been sleeping before, right beside the bed. But the window was still shut. No cracks, no breaks, no signs of anyone forcing their way in. I don't know how I managed to eat that morning, but I forced myself to. I needed energy for the walk. I packed only what I could carry in a backpack and left everything else behind. I made sure I had water, food, my flashlight, and the folding knife. I took the path back toward the road, walking fast but careful. I kept looking behind me. It took me almost 6 hours to reach the paved road. My legs were aching, and my back felt like it was burning. But I didn't stop. I flagged down the first truck I saw and asked for help. I told the driver I was hiking and got lost. I didn't tell him about the footprints or the pit or... I went to the cabin to be alone. That's all I really wanted. Nothing else. No phone, no noise, no traffic. Just quiet. Real quiet. That kind of quiet where you can hear your own breathing too loud and your heartbeat sounds like it's coming from the walls. I'd rented this cabin up north, somewhere deep in Michigan, not far from the Canadian border. It was small, old, and built far off the main road. I didn't even get proper directions, just a note in the email from the owner saying, "Follow the dirt road past the third bend, then keep going until you see the pine fence. You'll know when you're there." I drove alone. I packed simple food, cans of beans, soup, dry snacks, a couple jugs of water, coffee, and some alcohol for the nights. I brought a flashlight, batteries, my sleeping bag, and a small camping stove just in case the kitchen didn't work. The drive-in was long and boring at first, but then it turned quiet. The farther I went, the fewer signs I saw. I don't think I passed a single gas station after the last town. The road turned into gravel, then into uneven dirt. Trees pressed in close on both sides, like they wanted to push the road shut again. I passed the third bend like the guy said, kept going slow until I saw that pine fence. It was cracked and leaning in a few places, but it stood out in the middle of nowhere like a landmark. The cabin sat just beyond it, halfway hidden behind a cluster of tall spruce trees. It was dark brown with a mossy green roof. One story, small porch, with stacked on one side. No vehicles, no other cabins nearby, nothing else. I parked my car on the dirt patch out front and stepped out. There were no birds, no wind, just trees and my own footsteps on dead pine needles. I got my stuff out and went inside. It smelled old, like wood and damp stone. There were 3 rooms total. One main living area with a fireplace and small kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 1 bedroom. The windows had thick curtains that looked like they hadn't been opened in years. Dust hung in the air. I could feel it in my nose as I breathed in. I unpacked slowly, checked every corner, every window, every cabinet, just to get a feel for it. The place was empty, clean, but in that neglected way, like nobody had touched anything in a long time. The first night was normal. I cooked on the old stovetop. The gas worked. The water was cold and came from a well outside. I had to use a bucket to fill the tank inside. I read a bit, sat in front of the fireplace even though I didn't light it, and then went to bed early. It was cold that night. Even with the sleeping bag, I had to wear my jacket. The first 2 days passed like that. Nothing weird. I walked around the edge of the woods a few times but never wandered too deep. There were no trails, no signs of other people. Just trees. I didn't see any animals either, not even squirrels or birds. It was strange, but I figured the area might just be quiet that time of year. On the third night, I stepped outside around 10 to use the bathroom. The one in the cabin flushed fine, but I liked going outside. The air felt colder than usual. The sky was clear and full of stars, brighter than I'd seen in years. I was zipping up when I thought I saw something move between the trees near the edge of the clearing. It wasn't close, just a shift in the shadows at the tree line. I stared for a while. Nothing. Probably the wind, I told myself. Or maybe a deer. But I didn't hear anything. No crunch of branches. No sound at all. I stayed still for almost 2 minutes before I went back inside. That night, I kept the curtain in the bedroom slightly open, just in case. I don't know what I thought I would see. Nothing showed up. The next morning, I checked the tree line. I didn't see any footprints or disturbed soil. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching. I tried to ignore it, tried to distract myself with chores. Chopping wood, sweeping the floor, reading, but the unease stuck around. That evening, I was out near the well when I noticed something that hadn't been there before. A small rock was sitting on the edge of the well, perfectly balanced. It was a clean, flat stone, smooth like it came from a riverbed. I hadn't placed it there. I was sure of it. I picked it up, turned it over, then tossed it into the trees. I didn't want to think about it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept getting up to check the window. Around midnight, I finally stepped outside with my flashlight. The wind had picked up a little, making the trees creak and groan. I scanned the area slowly. The light caught something, just for a second. A shape, not an animal, person, standing at the edge of the trees. They didn't move, just stood there. I froze. The beam of the flashlight shook in my hand. I aimed it again, steadier this time. Nothing. The shape was gone. But I knew I had seen it. I went back inside and locked the door. I pushed the heavy dresser in front of it too. The next morning, I didn't find anything. No tracks, no broken branches, just the same quiet clearing. I thought maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, but I couldn't relax. I didn't leave the cabin that day. I stayed inside, listening for sounds. I kept the axe close. That night, I didn't sleep, not even a little. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something outside, a steady tapping, not loud, just soft and slow. I got up, turned off all the lights, and crouched near the front window. The tapping continued. It was coming from the side of the cabin, near the back. I waited. My heart was pounding. I picked up the flashlight and moved slowly toward the back window. Nothing there. I stood there for a long time. Then I heard the tapping again. Now it was on the opposite side. I rushed over. Still nothing. I moved to the front, looked through the crack in the curtain. There was a figure, standing at the edge of the trees again. Same spot as before, just barely visible in the moonlight. I could make out the shoulders, the head. He didn't move. I stared. He stared. I felt it, even if I couldn't see his face. I blinked, and he was gone. That morning, I walked out to the tree line with the axe in my hand. I didn't see him, but something had been left behind. Another rock, smooth and flat. This time, it had a small notch carved into it. A straight line about an inch long, like a tally mark. I didn't pick it up. I just walked back inside. The next 2 nights were worse. I barely slept. Every night, I saw him at the edge of the trees, just standing, never moving. Sometimes I'd blink and he'd be gone. Other times he'd stay for almost an hour before disappearing. Once, I opened the door, axe in hand, and shouted into the dark. No answer, no sound, nothing. I didn't sleep after that. On the 6th night, I heard footsteps. Close, not in the woods, on the porch. Slow, steady steps. I sat up in the bed, frozen. I waited. The steps stopped. I crept to the window and looked out. There was nothing. But the next morning, I found another stone on the porch. This one had 2 marks on it. I threw it deep into the woods. Then I packed my bags. I was done. I didn't care if I had days left on the rental. I loaded everything into the car and drove off. The road out felt longer than before. The trees seemed thicker. I kept looking in the mirror. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling didn't leave me. I didn't stop until I hit pavement again. When I finally got back to town, I pulled into a gas station and sat there for 20 minutes before getting out. I stayed in a motel that night. I didn't sleep much, but at least I didn't see him. In the morning, I noticed something strange on the hood of my car. A small, flat rock with 3 tally marks. I threw it in the trash and drove straight home. I didn't unpack for 3 days. I kept the axe next to my bed. I checked all my windows every night. A week later, I moved out of my apartment. I didn't tell anyone why. I just left, went south, found a place with no woods nearby, no trees, just city noise. I figured maybe that would help. Didn't. 3 nights ago, I came home from work and found something on my front step. A rock, smooth and flat, for tally marks. Ending asterisk. I moved again, left everything behind. I didn't even take my clothes. I changed my name, got a new phone, paid cash for a room in a city halfway across the country. No forwarding address, no paper trail. It's been months now. I haven't seen the man again, but every night I still check the windows. Every morning I check the doorstep. So far, nothing. But I know he's still out there, somewhere, watching, counting, and I don't know what happens when he gets to 5. I needed to get away for a while, not because something bad happened, just life. I was tired. I worked from home, staring at screens all day, barely seeing daylight anymore. I wasn't sleeping well. Every night I'd lie awake, my mind racing. I kept thinking about time slipping by and how I wasn't doing anything that really mattered. Social media, online meetings, emails, food delivery. It was just a loop. I'd wake up and do the same thing again. I had money saved up, and I figured a week alone in the woods might help reset my head. I found the cabin online. It was listed on a rental site for off-grid stays. No Wi-Fi, no phone service, no neighbors, no noise. Just trees, a lake, and silence. It was about 3 hours away from where I lived, in a mountain region I had never visited before. The pictures showed a plain wooden cabin, 1 floor, surrounded by forest. There was a dirt path leading in, no paved roads. The description said the last 5 miles were only accessible by a 4-wheel drive vehicle. I had a decent SUV, so I figured I'd be fine. I packed light, just clothes, a cooler full of food, my sleeping bag, a flashlight, some batteries, books, a gas stove, and a knife I'd bought years ago but never used. I didn't plan to hunt or anything, but it felt right to bring it. Something about being alone in the woods made me feel like I should be prepared, even if I didn't know what for. I left early in the morning. The drive was peaceful at first, just music and open roads. Once I got into the mountain area, the roads narrowed and curved. Trees got thicker. Cell signal dropped to 0. I passed a few old cabins along the road, but they looked abandoned. Roofs caving in, windows boarded up, paint peeling. Eventually, I found the dirt road I was supposed to take. The sign was small and crooked, almost hidden by overgrown branches. I followed it, bouncing over rocks and roots for what felt like forever. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it was smaller than I expected. It looked clean, though. There was a porch with a single chair, 1 window in the front. The lake was maybe 50 yards behind it, shining through the trees. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. I felt something I hadn't felt in a while, calm. For the first time in months, there was no hum of traffic, no buzzing notifications, no pressure, just the quiet. I unpacked slowly, trying to take it all in. Inside, the cabin was bare. Wooden floor, a small table, a bed frame with a mattress, a wood stove, and some shelves with a few pans and utensils. No electricity, no running water either, There was an outhouse about 20 feet behind the cabin and a hand pump for water next to it. Everything looked in working order. That first day, I just sat. I didn't even open a book. I sat on the porch and watched the trees. I listened to the wind moving through the branches and birds calling. At night, I lit a lantern and heated some food on the little stove. I didn't feel scared or lonely. I just felt tired in a different way, the kind of tired that comes when your body finally slows down. That night, I fell asleep to the sound of frogs near the water. The bed was stiff, but I didn't care. I slept straight through until morning. The second day, I walked around the property. There wasn't much of a trail, but I followed what looked like an old path that curved along the edge of the lake. There were animal tracks, maybe deer or raccoons. I didn't know enough to tell. I saw a snake near a fallen log but gave it space and moved on. I walked until the sun was high and then made my way back, sweating and covered in bug bites but feeling good. Later that afternoon, I thought I saw movement in the trees. Not close, maybe 100 yards off. Just a flicker, like something stepping between shadows. I stopped and watched, but nothing else moved. Could have been a bird or a squirrel. The forest is full of life. It messes with your eyes if you stare too long. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing something, a soft rustling sound. Not constant, but every now and then, like something brushing against the outside wall of the cabin. I sat up, holding my breath. I didn't have a gun, only the knife. But I didn't hear anything that sounded like footsteps. Probably an animal again. Maybe a raccoon. I told myself not to panic. It's the woods. You're not in danger. But I didn't sleep well after that. On the third day, I found something strange. I had walked out early, following the same path around the lake. I decided to explore deeper into the woods. Maybe a mile out, I found a pile of bones. At first, I thought it was a deer skeleton. But then I noticed something odd. The bones weren't just scattered, they were arranged. Long bones stacked together, ribs laid side by side, skull propped on top like someone had displayed it. I stared at it for a long time. Animals don't do that. I backed away and left quickly. My heart was thudding hard. I didn't feel calm anymore. That afternoon, I stayed close to the cabin. I kept checking the woods, scanning for movement. Around sunset, I heard something snap in the trees behind the outhouse. A sharp crack like a branch breaking under pressure. I grabbed my flashlight and stood by the window waiting. Nothing came out, but I felt eyes on me. Sounds crazy, I know, but I did. That gut feeling, the kind that makes your hair stand up and your stomach drop. That night, I locked the door and pushed the small table against it. I slept with the knife in my hand. I kept the lantern on. The light made shadows crawl along the walls, but at least I could see. I woke up in the middle of the night to a soft thud on the porch. Just one. Then silence. I didn't move. I just laid there, barely breathing. After a while, I worked up the nerve to look through the window. The porch was empty, but something was different. The chair was facing the door now. I was sure it hadn't been like that before. I hadn't touched it since I got there. Someone had moved it. I didn't sleep again. The fourth day, I debated leaving, but I told myself it could still be animals. Maybe a bear, maybe a curious hiker, maybe my mind playing tricks on me. I didn't want to admit I was scared, but I stayed inside most of the day, only going out to pump water and use the outhouse. I kept looking for footprints, but the ground was too dry. Nothing stood out. Just before dusk, I went to the lake. I thought maybe the calm water would settle me. I stood on the edge, watching bugs skim the surface. Then I noticed something across the water, something white. I walked along the edge until I reached it. It was a plastic grocery bag. Inside was a used disposable razor, some crumpled tissues, an empty can of beans, and a rolled-up pair of socks. None of it was mine. Someone had been out here recently. I looked around, but the trees were still. No sound but the wind. I took the bag back with me and left it inside the cabin. That night, I moved the table again and stacked the cooler in front of the door, too. I didn't care how paranoid I looked. I needed to feel like I was doing something. I kept the knife and flashlight with me in bed. Around midnight, I heard footsteps. Real footsteps. slow, crunching the ground just outside. They circled the cabin. I froze. My skin felt ice cold. Whoever it was walked all the way around. Then silence. A few minutes later, I heard something brush the wall. Same as before, but this time it stopped directly outside the window. I stared at the curtains. I didn't move, couldn't even swallow. Then it was gone. The fifth morning, I packed my stuff. I told myself I was just being cautious, but deep down, I knew I had to leave. I stepped outside and stopped dead. There were scratches on the wall of the cabin. Not claw marks, lines. Dozens of straight lines carved into the wood, about waist height. Some were deep, some weren't, but they formed no pattern, just chaos. I felt sick. I grabbed everything, shoved it into the SUV, and started down the dirt path. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I bounced over the ruts and rocks, tires slipping a little in places, but I didn't care. I just needed to get to a main road. I finally reached one and drove straight back to town. It was only when I stopped for gas that I noticed something else. There was something on the back window of the SUV. Smudges, like someone had pressed their fingers to the glass. 5 of them side by side right in the middle. I hadn't noticed them before. They hadn't been there when I packed the car. That window had been clean. Someone had touched my car. After I loaded it, after I was inside, I must have driven off while they were still nearby. I didn't report anything. What would I say? There were no faces, no names, no actual crime. Just fear and a sick feeling I couldn't shake. I went home, locked the doors, and stayed inside for a few days. Weeks passed. I kept checking the rental site. The cabin was gone from the listing, just disappeared. No trace. I don't know who was out there. Maybe a squatter. Maybe a survivalist living off the grid. Maybe just someone who didn't want me there. But I know this, someone. I had never planned to stay in that cabin for more than 2 nights. It was only meant to be a short break from work, something to clear my head. My job had been wearing me down. The pressure, the noise, the people, everything felt too much. So when I found that cheap listing online, a small off-grid cabin in northern Montana, I booked it without thinking too much. It had no internet, no phone service, no electricity except for a small solar setup, and no one around for miles. The pictures showed a small wooden structure with a tin roof, sitting in the middle of a frozen forest, buried halfway in snow. I wanted silence, and that place looked like the definition of it. I flew in from Seattle and drove for almost 6 hours through snow-covered roads in a rented Jeep. The last 30 minutes were the worst. There was barely a path, just 2 frozen tire tracks winding through tall pine trees. I didn't pass a single car. The temperature dropped the deeper I went into the woods. The sky looked heavy, like it was about to start snowing again, and I started feeling unsure about the whole thing. But I had already come so far. I wasn't about to turn back. When I got to the cabin, it looked even smaller than in the pictures. There was a tiny porch, a crooked wooden door, and a metal chimney that coughed out thin smoke from the wood stove inside. There were piles of snow around the sides of the cabin, and the back part of the roof looked warped from the weight. The trees surrounded everything tightly, blocking the horizon from every direction. There was a feeling in the air I couldn't describe at the time. Not fear exactly, but something colder than the weather. I just ignored it. Inside, the cabin was cramped. It had one small table, a single bed with thin sheets, a wood-burning stove, and shelves full of canned food. Whoever owned the place had left a lot of things behind. Old boots, a rusted axe, books about hunting, maps, tools, dried meat in jars, and even a couple of snowshoes by the door. The floor creaked when I stepped on it, and the walls had that smell of wet wood and cold dust. I unpacked my stuff and lit a few candles. It was already getting dark. That first night, I didn't sleep much. The wind outside kept shaking the windows, and the cabin made these random cracking sounds. I kept thinking about bears, even though it was the middle of winter. But the sounds weren't from animals. It was just the wood shifting in the cold, the wind scraping branches across the roof. I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag and lay awake, listening to every small noise like it might be something dangerous. Eventually, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, Everything seemed calm. That morning, the snow started falling again. Soft at first, but by noon, it was coming down hard. I walked around the cabin, took a few pictures of the trees and the snow, and brought in more firewood. I had enough food to last 5 days if I rationed. No fresh stuff, just cans of beans, soup, tuna, and trail mix. I didn't plan on cooking anything fancy. By that evening, it became clear that the snowstorm wasn't just passing through. It was getting heavier. The radio I brought with me picked up a weather station that said something about an unexpected cold front moving in faster than predicted. Roads were already closing. I didn't know it then, but that storm would be the worst the region had seen in almost 20 years. By the third day, I was snowed in completely. The path I had driven on was gone. The Jeep was buried past the windows, just a white lump near the trees. I tried to dig it out with the flat shovel I found inside the cabin, but it was pointless. The snow was too deep, and more was coming. I checked my phone again, still no signal. I tried climbing a nearby hill, but even that didn't help. It was just silence in every direction. I started to get a little nervous. I wasn't in danger. Not yet. But I was completely alone, and there was no easy way out. I made a plan to ration my food and firewood. I kept the stove burning low to save wood and wore 3 layers of clothes inside. The water came from melted snow. I used a pot on the stove to melt it, then stored it in jars. Tasted clean, almost too clean, but it was all I had. That night, I heard something outside. It wasn't the wind. It was something heavy stepping in the snow, just a few feet away from the cabin. I froze in my bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. The sound moved slowly around the building. Step, crunch, pause. I grabbed the axe from the corner and held it tight. The footsteps stopped near the door. Then nothing. Just silence. I waited, barely breathing. After what felt like an hour, I got up and opened the door a crack. There was nothing, just wind and snow blowing in every direction. But there were tracks, fresh, deep footprints in the snow. They were boot prints, human, one set going around the cabin. I followed them with my eyes as far as I could. They disappeared into the trees. I stayed up the rest of the night. In the morning, I went outside to check the prints again. Most of them were already half covered by snow, but they were real. Someone had been there. I don't know what scared me more. The fact that someone had come that close and left without knocking, or that they were out there somewhere walking through a blizzard. I kept the axe by my side all day. I double-checked the door and windows. I didn't see anyone else, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I barely ate. I sat by the stove, staring out the tiny window, watching the snow pile up. On the 5th day, I saw smoke rising through the trees. Not mine. Another column, thin and gray, drifting up behind the ridge. That meant someone else was out here. Another cabin, maybe. I considered going there, but I didn't know how far it was, and the snow was waist deep in places. I didn't want to get lost. That night, I heard the steps again. This time, they came closer. I could hear the snow crunching under boots, slow and deliberate. The steps circled the cabin just like before. Then they stopped at the door. For a long time, nothing happened. I held my breath, sitting in the dark with only the dim orange glow from the stove. I gripped the axe with both hands. Then came a sound that made my skin crawl. It was the door handle moving. Just a small rattle, slow and soft. Someone was trying to turn it. It didn't move, it was locked. But the person outside kept trying, gently. No knocking, no shouting, just that quiet attempt to open it. Then they stopped. I waited, listening. Nothing. I didn't sleep at all that night. In the morning, I saw more tracks. Again, just one set. I followed them for a few hundred feet until they vanished into deeper snow. The prints weren't old, they were sharp and clear. Whoever it was, they were coming back every night. I started sleeping in the corner with the axe in my hand and a knife under my pillow. Every sound made me jump. I checked the door latch 10 times before trying to close my eyes. I blocked the windows with blankets. I didn't light candles at night anymore. By day 7, I started running out of food. I still had water and some wood, but not much else. My mind felt cloudy. I kept trying to stay logical. Whoever was outside hadn't broken in yet. Maybe they were just lost. Maybe they were checking if anyone was here. But it didn't feel like that. On the 8th night, things changed. Around midnight, I woke up to a loud bang. Not footsteps, a real bang, like something hitting the wall. I jumped up and grabbed the axe. Another bang, then another. They were hitting the back wall of the cabin, hard. It sounded like metal or wood smashing into the logs. I ran to the corner and waited. Then everything went silent. I didn't move for over an hour. The next morning, I went outside and walked around the cabin. There were dents in the wood, 3 of them. Not from a branch or an animal. Someone had hit the wall with something. I also noticed something else. The snowshoes were gone. I had left them leaning by the door. Now they weren't there. Just 2 holes in the snow where they used to be. Someone had taken them. That's when I made the decision to leave. I packed everything I could into a small hiking bag: food, water, a blanket, the axe, and my emergency flare. I had found it under the bed earlier that week and decided to take it just in case. I knew the Jeep was useless, but I remembered the smoke I saw days ago. That cabin couldn't be too far. I planned to head toward it the next morning. That night was the worst. The banging came back, this time louder and faster, like someone trying to break through. I stayed crouched by the stove with the axe and didn't move. I don't know how long it lasted. Hours maybe, then silence. First light, I left. The snow was deep. Every step was a struggle. I kept going, uphill toward where I saw the smoke. My legs were shaking, and my fingers were numb even with gloves. I was moving slow. The forest was dead quiet. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just me and the sound of my steps. I finally saw something through the trees. A small roof, like a shed. I moved closer. It wasn't another cabin. It was a hunting blind. Just a wooden box on stilts with a ladder. But near it, there was something else. Tent, half bare. I went up to that cabin because I needed space from everything. Work was burning me out, people were draining me, and every day in the city felt like I was inside a blender that never turned off. Noise, lights, emails, schedules. It was always something. I thought if I could just unplug for a while, really unplug, I might come back feeling human again. I didn't want a tourist place or some popular Airbnb. I wanted isolation. I spent a couple of days looking up listings that were far from towns, where I wouldn't have to see anyone or talk to anyone. Eventually, I found one. It was this old wooden cabin somewhere in the northern woods, past some gravel roads. The owner was some old guy who had inherited it and barely used it anymore. No TV, no internet, no cell service, no running water, just a small generator for lights and a wood stove for heat. The pictures showed it surrounded by trees, with no other buildings in sight. Perfect. I packed food, bottled water, a knife, a small axe, clothes, a first aid kit, a backup battery for my flashlight, and a few other things. I planned to stay there for a week. Just a week alone, no distractions, no social media, no human contact. I wanted to reset my head, breathe fresh air, let the quiet soak in. The drive out there took almost a full day. Once I left the main highway, it was just gravel and dirt. My car didn't like the bumps, but it managed. When I finally pulled up to the clearing, the cabin was exactly how I imagined it. Weathered wood, tin roof, one front porch with a crooked step, a chopped pile of firewood stacked against the wall. The trees around it were so thick, it looked like the forest was swallowing the place. The air smelled like pine and damp soil. It was cold, but not freezing yet. Late October, everything felt still. I took my bags inside. The cabin had one small main room with a bed, a wood stove, a shelf with some books and tools, a little kitchen area with old pans and a hand pump for water that wasn't connected to anything. There was an outhouse about 15 steps away in the back, surrounded by trees. A narrow trail ran behind the cabin, leading deeper into the woods. No one for miles, just me and nature, just what I wanted. The first day, I chopped some wood and brought it inside. I got the stove going. I made a can of soup on it and ate it while sitting on the porch. I listened to the wind moving through the trees. It was the first time in a long while I didn't feel rushed or irritated. I went to bed early and slept deep. The second day, I went hiking along that trail behind the cabin. It went on for a while, weaving through thick forest. I didn't see any animals, just heard birds and a few branches snap now and then. I kept my knife on me just in case. I made sure to turn back before it got too late, since I didn't want to be caught out after dark. The woods felt peaceful during the day, but at night, they got pitch black and dead quiet. No street lights, no glow from anywhere, just blackness and the sounds of the wind or a distant owl. That night, I sat by the stove, wrote a little in a notebook, and read one of the old books on the shelf. The spine was broken and the pages yellow, but it was something to pass the time. The air outside was cold enough to make the windows fog up. It was on the third day that things started to feel strange. I woke up to find the front door slightly open. I was sure I had locked it. The latch wasn't much, just a metal hook you could loop into an eye bolt, but I remembered doing it. I got up, closed the door, and checked around. Nothing seemed disturbed. My food was where I left it. Nothing looked moved. I figured maybe the wind blew it open. The door frame was a little warped, and if I didn't hook it right, it might have popped loose. Still, it bugged me. I started locking it tighter and jamming a chair under the knob before bed. That afternoon, I went out again along the same trail. But this time, I noticed something. About halfway down the trail, maybe 15 minutes in, I saw boot prints in the dirt. They weren't mine. I always walked in a straight path, and these prints came in from the side, off the trail, and crossed it, heading the opposite direction. They looked fresh, deep, like someone heavier than me had walked through recently. I stood there staring at them for a long time. The prints were wide, like from hiking boots. They disappeared into the trees. There were no other signs, no litter, no broken branches, no noise. I listened hard, but all I could hear was wind. I turned around and went back to the cabin. I tried to tell myself it was probably a hunter, maybe someone from a nearby area passing through. But I hadn't seen another car on the road in days, and this land was supposed to be private. The man I rented the cabin from said there were no neighbors. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every noise outside made me sit up. I kept thinking about those boot prints. I started making a habit of walking the area around the cabin each morning, just to check. Nothing the next day. But on the fifth morning, I found something strange. A small pile of rocks stacked by the trailhead, right at the edge of the trees. 3 flat stones on top of each other. It hadn't been there before. It looked too neat to be natural, like someone deliberately stacked them there. I knocked them down. I didn't like the feeling of someone leaving signs near the cabin. That evening, just as the light was going down, I was sitting on the porch and thought I saw something through the trees. Movement, just for a second. A dark shape between 2 tree trunks, far back. Then nothing. I stared at that spot for 5 minutes without blinking. Eventually, I went inside and locked everything up. Chair under the knob, axe beside the bed. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a sound outside. Not the wind, not an animal. It was a soft, slow crunching. Footsteps, just a few, then silence. I stayed in bed, completely still, holding my breath. I didn't look out the window. I just waited. After a while, I heard nothing more. The next morning, I found another pile of rocks, this time right on the porch. I felt sick when I saw it, like my insides turned to ice. I looked around the woods for a long time, heart pounding, every tree looking like it had eyes. I didn't find anything, but I started to feel watched. I wanted to leave that day, but I knew the nearest gas station was too far to walk and my car was low on fuel. I had planned to stretch my gas to last the week and refill on the way back. Driving out now would be risky. I told myself if nothing else happened, I'd wait one more night and then go. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat up, fully dressed, axe in hand, back against the wall, facing the door. At around 3 in the morning, I heard something behind the cabin. A thump, like something heavy had hit the wall. Then another one, then dragging. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then silence again. The first light, I ran out the back and checked. There were marks in the dirt, like someone had dragged a stick or something long across the back of the cabin. and just under the window I saw boot prints, standing there, facing the window, like someone had been watching me. That was it. I packed everything in 10 minutes, shoved it all into the back of my car, and left. I didn't care if I ran out of gas halfway down the mountain. I had to get out. I didn't look in the rearview mirror the whole drive. I made it to a gas station an hour later. I filled up, went inside, and sat in the corner of the small shop until my hands stopped shaking. I didn't tell anyone what happened. What would I even say? I never reported it. Never told the cabin owner. I just blocked his number and deleted the listing from my account. Weeks went by before I started sleeping normal again. I kept thinking about the boot prints, the stacked rocks, the sounds at night, the marks on the wall. Whoever it was, whoever had been out there, never tried to break in, never tried to hurt me, but they were watching. They wanted me to know they were there, and that was worse than anything else, because it made me realize something. I wasn't alone out there. Someone had been living in those woods, watching cabins like mine, maybe just passing through, maybe not, and I'll never know how long they were out there, how long they had been watching, if it started the night I arrived, or if it started before that. All I know is I went up there thinking I needed peace and quiet, but I came back realizing how loud silence can really be when you're not the only one listening to it. I haven't gone camping since, not even to a park. I don't think I ever will. It was early October when I booked a small remote cabin in the northern woods. I had been working long hours from home, glued to my computer screen, barely seeing sunlight. The stress was eating at me. I was snapping at people over small things, forgetting to eat meals, waking up in the middle of the night with a tight chest. I didn't want to talk to anyone, didn't want therapy, didn't want to be told to take a walk. I just wanted to get away. Fully, completely, alone. I found the listing on a website that offered cheap rentals. It looked like someone's private getaway, not a fancy Airbnb setup. No reviews, no social media links, just a short description that read, asterisk, private, quiet, disconnected, perfect for peace of mind, off-grid, 35 minutes from the main road, asterisk, that sounded perfect. It was cheap too, only $125 for the whole weekend. There were only a few pictures, one of a wood cabin with a tin roof, one of the front porch facing the trees, and another of a wood stove inside. No Wi-Fi, no running water. That part made me hesitate a bit, but I thought I could rough it for a weekend. I wanted quiet more than anything. I messaged the owner, paid online, and got a reply almost instantly with GPS coordinates and a long set of written directions. That was already a little strange. The directions weren't to an address, just turns based on mileage. Like, turn left at the blue mailbox, drive 2.4 miles down gravel road, pass a logging sign, then take the unmarked right. I screenshotted everything, packed my bags with warm clothes, a sleeping bag, a couple gallons of water, a flashlight, an axe I had for chopping firewood, some canned food, and a couple of paperbacks. I had a small camping stove and a lighter too, just in case. I left early on a Friday morning. The drive was peaceful at first. The weather was chilly, sky overcast, and the farther I got from the city, the more the leaves were changing. The roads thinned out, cars became fewer, and I started seeing more hills, deer crossing signs, and long fences around properties that stretched for miles. The paved roads turned to gravel. The trees began to grow thicker, crowding the road, the ground littered with crunchy red and orange leaves. Eventually, I reached a place where my GPS just froze. I had expected that. I pulled over and followed the screenshot directions, left at the blue mailbox, drove past the broken fence post, took a sharp right onto a dirt road that had no sign. That road felt like the last stretch to civilization. The forest closed in on both sides. The trees leaned overhead, blocking out the sky. The dirt turned to soft mud in places, deep tire ruts showing that it had rained recently. A couple of times I thought I might get stuck, but I kept going. Finally, I came to a clearing. It wasn't big, just a small open patch in the middle of all those trees, and in the middle of it stood the cabin. It looked exactly like the photo. Small, wooden, with a tin roof, chimney poking out of the top, and a narrow front porch. It sat on short stilts, maybe a foot off the ground. The front door had a simple latch, no lock. A small pile of chopped wood sat stacked neatly beside the porch, covered by a tarp. No sign of anyone around. No cars. No paths. Nothing. I shut off my car, stepped out, and it was dead silent. No birds, no wind, no planes overhead. Just the crunch of my boots on leaves. The cabin door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled like old wood, smoke, and dust. There was a cot along one wall with a thin mattress and 2 wool blankets. A cast iron wood stove in the corner, a small table with 2 chairs, and a shelf with a couple of candles and a tin lantern. That was it. There was no bathroom. I already knew I'd have to go out in the woods. There was no cell signal either, not even one bar. I set my bags down, unpacked, and started settling in. The silence was heavy, like something was pressing on my ears. But I told myself that was what I came for. No noise, no distractions, just stillness. That first night, I lit the wood stove using the chopped wood. It smoked a little but eventually burned steady. The heat spread slowly. I read a few chapters of one of my books by candlelight. The silence was louder in the dark. I heard every creak of the cabin, every branch crack outside, every snap of the firewood as it burned. I barely slept that night. I thought I would, but I kept waking up, not because I heard something specific, just because of how quiet it was. I wasn't used to it. At home, even with my window closed, I could always hear traffic or people or dogs barking. Out here, the silence felt unnatural. Felt like something was holding its breath. The second day, I chopped some more wood, walked around the clearing, tried to relax. I found a small stream a little ways into the trees. I followed it upstream a few hundred feet, but I didn't want to wander too far and lose track of the cabin. At some point in the afternoon, I noticed something odd near the edge of the woods. There was a tree, an old pine, with a small square cut out of its bark. It looked like someone had carved out a 4 by 4 inch panel and replaced it. I walked closer and saw that it had been nailed back into place, like someone had hidden something inside it. But I didn't open it. I just got this weird feeling, that kind of gut instinct that tells you not to mess with something. I left it alone and walked back. That night, I had a harder time staying calm. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Not that someone was in the cabin, just that someone was near, watching maybe. I kept checking the window even though it was pitch dark outside and I couldn't see anything but my own reflection. At around 3 a.m., I thought I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal. It sounded like a step, just one, a crunch, then nothing. I sat in bed with my heart pounding. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe for a few seconds. I strained my ears, but I didn't hear anything else. I eventually fell asleep, but it was a shallow, dreamless kind of sleep, like I was half awake the whole time. The third morning, I walked back to that tree with the cut bark. I don't know why. Curiosity, maybe, or just to see if it was really what I thought it was. When I got there, the piece of bark was gone, just missing. There was a hollow behind it, maybe 6 inches deep, empty. That's when I knew for sure someone else had been out here, maybe while I was asleep. I looked around the base of the tree and found one boot print. It wasn't mine. It was longer and narrower. I wear size 10s and this was bigger than that. It was pressed hard into the dirt, like someone had been leaning. I turned and walked back faster than before. I didn't run. I didn't want to look scared. I don't know who I thought was watching, but I felt it. Every tree I passed felt like it was hiding someone. Back at the cabin, I thought about leaving, but the dirt road was soft. I wasn't sure my car would make it. I checked it anyway. It was fine, no flat tires, no tampering. I put my bags in the car just in case. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want the smoke to give away that I was inside. I sat in the dark with a knife in my hand, just listening. Hours passed. Then around 1:30, I heard it. A knock. Not loud, not frantic, just a slow, careful knock. 1, then 2, then silence. I stayed frozen. The knock didn't come from the front door, came from the side of the cabin. There wasn't even a door on that side. Just one small window. I didn't go to look. I waited maybe 10 minutes before I got up and blew out the candle. I crouched by the wood stove and didn't move. After a while, I heard footsteps circling. 1 or 2 crunches in the leaves. Then nothing. I didn't sleep. I just sat there waiting for the sun to come. When morning came, I stepped out and walked around the cabin. There were no footprints, but the air felt heavy, like the woods were pressing in. I made the decision to leave even if the road was muddy. I didn't care. I'd dig the car out if I had to. I just wanted to go. I started the car. Took a few tries, but it turned over. I backed out of the clearing and started the slow drive back. The trees felt tighter than before. I didn't see any animals, not even birds. About 10 minutes down the dirt road, I saw something ahead. Piece of rope, tied between 2 trees, chest height. It wasn't there before. It stretched across the road like a tripwire. Just a single piece of weathered rope, frayed in places. I stopped the car, left the engine running. I got out and walked up to it. There was a piece of fabric tied to it. A strip of red flannel, like from a shirt. I looked around, but I couldn't see anyone. I cut the rope with my knife, kicked it off the road, got back in the car and kept driving. When I reached the paved road, I didn't stop. I drove straight until I got to a gas station and parked under the bright lights. I stayed there for almost an hour just breathing. I never went back, never contacted the owner. I tried to look up the listing again. I've always liked the quiet. It's not something I say out loud much because people think I'm just shy or awkward, but it's true. I don't like noise, I don't like crowds, and I hate being around too many people. So when my boss told me I had a deadline coming up and suggested I get away from the city for a few days to clear my head, I didn't even hesitate. I booked a cabin online that same night. It was up in northern Idaho, a little 1-bedroom place just outside a small town called Loomis Ridge. I didn't want anything fancy, just heat, a working kitchen, a bathroom, and Wi-Fi. I wanted to spend 5 days writing, thinking, and maybe going on a short hike here or there. The cabin wasn't listed on any big websites like Airbnb or Booking. I found it on an old forum where people shared quiet creative retreats. The guy who owned it only accepted direct payments through a bank transfer. Normally, I wouldn't trust that, but he seemed real. The photos looked fine. The reviews were good, not over the top, and I was in a hurry. I just wanted peace and space. The drive up was fine. Took about 12 hours total. The last leg of the trip, the last 2 hours or so, was nothing but long winding roads, trees on both sides, not a single car in sight. I remember passing a broken down wooden sign that said, Loomis Ridge, Pop 248. There was no gas station, no school, no shops. Just a few houses spread out, most of them old and weathered. The GPS told me to turn right onto a dirt road marked Hollow Pine Trail. That's where the cabin was. A few miles up the trail, tucked into a clearing surrounded by forest. I got there just before sunset. The cabin was smaller than I expected but well built. It looked like it had been there for decades. There was an old pickup truck parked off to the side, probably the owner's, and a locked shed behind the building. The key had been left for me in a tin box under a loose stone by the door, just like the owner had said. Inside, everything was clean. The furniture was old, but not dirty. It smelled like wood, coffee, and something faintly metallic like rusted nails or copper. The first night was quiet. I unpacked, made some pasta, turned the electric heater on, and sat down to write. I was working on a freelance piece for a magazine, a profile on a former soldier who had opened a woodworking business in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't a thrilling story, but it was paying well, and I needed the money. The first day went by without anything strange. I wrote, 8. I walked around the clearing a bit. The trees surrounding the cabin were thick and tall. The sky above them looked soft and pale, like it was always about to rain but never did. I didn't see or hear any animals, which was odd for a place like that. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. But I figured they were just hiding or staying quiet. The second night, I noticed something a little weird. While brushing my teeth in the bathroom, I saw something through the small window. a narrow trail running off to the right of the cabin, just beyond the clearing. I hadn't seen it before. It looked like an old deer trail, the kind that gets beaten down over years of footsteps. But this one was thin and nearly overgrown. If I hadn't been standing at the right angle, I would have missed it entirely. I made a mental note to check it out in the morning. The next day, I woke up early, had coffee, and walked over to where I'd seen the path. The ground was soft from old rain. Pine needles and twigs snapped under my boots. I followed the trail for about a quarter mile. It wasn't well trodden at all. The branches kept snagging on my jacket, and the weeds had grown up to my knees in places. But it was definitely a trail. Someone had walked it often enough to press down a path. About 15 minutes in, I found something odd. It was a wooden post, maybe waist-high, buried in the dirt beside the path. Nothing was written on it. It wasn't a mile marker or anything official. It just sat there, crooked and splintering. Next to it, someone had left a pile of flat stones stacked like a tiny pyramid. They were clean, too clean. No moss, no dirt, nothing. Like they'd just been placed there. I didn't touch them. Something about it made me uncomfortable, and I turned back soon after. I wrote for the rest of the day and tried not to think about it. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Around 1 a.m., I thought I heard something outside. Not an animal, footsteps. Not fast or loud. Just slow, careful steps, crunching in the leaves behind the cabin. I froze in bed and listened, but it stopped after about 20 seconds. I told myself it was a deer or maybe my imagination. The woods play tricks on your ears. That's what I told myself. The fourth day is when everything really changed. Started the same as the others. I wrote for a while, then decided to walk the trail again. I couldn't stop thinking about that wooden post and the stack of stones. This time, I brought a flashlight and a small hatchet I found in the shed, just in case. I followed the trail again, past the post and deeper into the woods. After about an hour of walking, the trees thinned slightly, and I saw something that made me stop. There was an old cabin smaller than mine, built into a small hill. Half of it looked like it had sunk into the ground. The wood was gray and soft, rotting in places. The door was gone. Inside, I could see a table, a mattress without sheets, and what looked like a broken rifle on the floor. It didn't look abandoned in the normal way. It looked stopped, like someone had just left one day and never come back. Everything inside was too still, too untouched. I stood there for a long time, staring. Then I noticed something hanging from the ceiling inside. A small leather bag, tied with string. It was moving slightly, swaying even though there was no wind. I didn't go in. I just backed away slowly, turned around, and walked back to my cabin. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that empty cabin, that hanging bag, that pile of rocks. I kept thinking someone was watching the trail, waiting. I didn't hear footsteps that night, but I didn't feel alone, either. The woods felt wrong, like they were holding their breath. The last day, I packed my bags early. I was supposed to leave that afternoon anyway, but I wanted out as soon as possible. I loaded my things into the car, locked the door, and started driving. The dirt road was bumpy and long. I kept checking my mirrors. About 3 miles out from the cabin, I saw something that made me slam on the brakes. In the middle of the dirt road was a pile of rocks, flat stones, stacked exactly like the ones near the post. Clean, no dirt, no moss, just sitting there like someone had placed them only minutes before. I hadn't seen them on the way in. They hadn't been there. I got out of the car and kicked them aside. They scattered easily. No note, no markings, just rocks. But it was enough to shake me up. I got back in, locked the doors, and didn't stop again until I hit the main highway. Back home, I tried to forget about it. I told myself it was nothing, just an old trail, a forgotten cabin, someone playing a prank maybe. But I couldn't shake the feeling. A few weeks later, I looked up the area online. There was almost no information about Hollow Pine Trail. Nothing official. No maps. No history. Just one old message on a hunting forum, dated years ago, from someone asking if that cabin past the second post was still standing. No one had replied. Ending asterisk. It's been over 8 months since that trip. I still think about it every week. I still wake up in the middle of the night, sometimes sure I hear those footsteps again. I never reported anything because what would I even say? Nothing technically happened, but I've never gone back. Never will. I keep the photo I took of the pile of rocks on my phone, just in case I ever start to think I imagined it all. Just in case I forget that out there in the woods, not far from where people live their quiet lives, there's a path that leads to a place no one talks about. A place where something was left behind, or maybe never left at all. And I think about the cabin, and the second post, and I wonder how many others took that trail and never came back.